Is everything okay?
Crystal.
You hear me? You see me? Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. So we will be starting at 5 minutes, right?
Yes, right, 5 minutes, exactly.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Okay. So see you then.
Okay, perfect. See you then.
Bye.
Bye. Merci.
Yung iba kaysa di ba sa
Hai già che serve nel momento che si vede live, diciamo?
Okay.
Good morning to everybody, and all the best from Bucharest, from Romania. Before starting this conference, I'd like to say a few words, if you allow, please. So, I'm extremely happy that despite the terrible times that none of us thought we would ever experience, we all managed to meet and see in this morning and discuss topics and research ideas related to music and musical practices of different origins that existed throughout the very, very long 19th century. The title of the conference inaugurated the National University of Music Bucharest Center for 19th Century Music Studies is Music, Multiculturality and Sociability in the 19th Century Central and Southeastern European Saloons. Before starting that, please allow me to say a few words about the context in which this research center may have appeared. In recent years, the National University of Music in Bucharest has held several musicological conferences and major research projects, two of which I would mention here. The first one was Musical and Cultural Osmosis in the Balkans, which was in fact the 8th International Musicological Conference organized by National University of Music Bucharest in partnership with the International Musicological Society, Regional Association for the Study of Music of the Balkans, that took place in September 2019. And the second event was named Elites and Their Musics, Music and Music Making in the 19th Century Southeastern European Salons. The conference was extremely productive, as almost all the studies and articles, as you know, were already published in the International Journal of Musicology. Today, our International Musicological periodical, and continue to be published special collections of music belonging to the 19th century, and not only, I will see that a little on, maybe tomorrow in the morning, when Professor Dan Dediu will introduce his paper on Enescu's symphony. So all these projects were laid the groundwork for this year's project. As I hope you remember, in mid-November last year, some of you were at that conference at the National University in Bucharest, right in this room where I'm now. These conferences I already mentioned were joined by academic discussions and other meetings of different symposia, not only in Romania, but also in Greece, Cyprus, Serbia, Bulgaria, Austria, and even in Abu Dhabi. I have to remember that in 2019, no, yes, or 18, Professor Walter Feldman organized in the University of Abu Dhabi a conference connecting with the long 19th century and musical practices with those regions. So all these meetings reveal that research potential of music and this area of Central and Eastern Europe is actually an extremely strong connection to the Balkans, and all these might be, how to say, a kind of very starting point for our future collaborations. These are the reasons for which this year our university, National University of Music in Bucharest, took the initiative to establish a research center on 19th century music, and the achievement and facilities of this center, unique in Romania in my opinion, will be presented in a few minutes by my colleague Dr. Cătălin Cernătescu. So, in the same time, I'm extremely happy that 15 universities, institutes and great libraries with huge archive in the country and abroad have signed partnerships for academic and cultural collaboration, and to whom I thank very much. And please me allow to list them here. Peleș Royal Heritage Association, as part of the Romanian royal family, are one of these collaborators. Academy of Arts in Novi Sad, Serbia, Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts in Zagreb, Georgia Enescu National Museum, Georgia Enescu National University of Arts in Iași, thank you very much, Dalia, George Oprescu Institute of Art History of the Romania Academy of Sciences, Gheorghe Dima National Music Academy in Cluj in Transylvania, thank you Eric, thank you Emeshe, Institute for Southeast European Studies of the same Romanian Academy of Sciences, Music of the Ottoman Era Performance and Research Center in Istanbul University, National and Capodistrian University of Athens, National Library of Romania, which they have a huge, very large archives with music manuscripts and scores. New Europe College, Institute of Advanced Study in Bucharest, our traditional actually academic partner, Union of Romanian Composers and Musicologists, University of Bucharest, and of course, Library of the Romanian Academy. And we have also a very important media partner, Romanian Broadcasting Company. So, having said that, thank you very much for being here, all of you, even in this form online. And I want you all a very fruitful conference full of ideas and for the new projects. And that is going to be discussed tomorrow on Friday at the end of the conference. Thank you very much, dear friends, and good luck to all of you. So now I'm inviting my colleague, Dr. Cenăvescu, for saying few words about the databases of our center and the digital collections. Thank you so much, Cătălin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Rector. Honored guests, my name is Cătălin Cernăvescu and I'm responsible for constructing the digital music archives and database of the center. Please allow me to express my gratitude to Mr. Vice Rector, Professor Nicolae Gheorghiță, for having me in this great team that worked very hard under an inspiring management for the successful outcome of the project. I will begin with presenting the CNCMS website, which we designed to be very intuitive, even for those with poor technological skills, and to display a user-friendly interface for one who accesses this platform and wants to navigate smoothly towards an area of interest. The website page is hosted by National University of Music Bucharest and provides content in two languages, Romanian and English. The visitor will find in the homepage the official banners of the National University of Music Bucharest and of the center. The main menu consists in 9 tabs. Home, which brings back on the homepage from any part of the website, about CNCMS, where one may find the initiative and the objectives of our center, courses without content for now, events, projects, where we included some closed and ongoing research projects, members, where we will present the team of the center, resources and publications, the two crown jewels of the website, and contact, which holds information regarding the address, phone, and an embedded map from Google and a contact form. In the header, one may notice various images, which are highlights of Center's digital collection, and valuable paintings, which illustrate soundscapes of 19th century Romanian music. As we scroll down the page, on the left hand, there's an image from a Greek manuscript preserved by the Romanian Academy from Bucharest, which depicts the musical multiculturalism and diversity met in the Romanian principalities in the late 18th century. On the right hand, we find the latest news and events section, expandable by clicking on View All Events. Beneath it is the promoting video presentation of the center with English subtitles. We discover also 4 quick access panels to resources, publications, research projects, and our partners. One click on Resources panel takes the visitor to a page with digital collections, where one may find digitized books, articles, scores, and manuscripts of Byzantine music, Ottoman or from Phanariot era for piano and orchestra, printed book or format, which leads to the catalog library of the university, multimedia recordings with thematic video and audio files, and 2 links for JSTOR and Grove Music Online, 2 indispensable research tools for any musicologist. The publications section comprises some important scientific research and CD covers embedded in the website, but also printable and downloadable as PDFs, and a link to the Musicological Journal of the National University of Music, Musicology Today. Research projects contain our closed and ongoing projects, where we posted a variety of materials, posters, programs, photos, and excerpts from publications that presented these projects, etc. In our partners panel, we display a list with our partners and the links to their website. To ensure the visibility of the partners, they also appear in the footer section. Please allow me to present now the digital collections and the center's facilities. As you probably know, one of the activities we undertook to do was to build a digital repository for the use of university students and academics, and also for the access of independent researchers. Since the beginning of the project, we made a top priority from the digitization of the musical content, books, articles, scores, and most important, manuscripts. For several months that have passed, we have managed to assemble quite an impressive collection of written documents, which counts for now over 6,000 items. For achieving this purpose, we acquired 2 film scanners and other 3 portable scanners, which can operate with paper sizes up to A3 at a speed of 14 pages per minute, so around 2,000 pages per hour, with the possibility to export them in various file types, Word, PDF, TIFF, or Excel, editable through the optical character recognition function, OCR. With the help of the students and the PhD candidates of the National University of Music, we managed to scan and sort over 700 scores of Romanian music, spanning from the beginning of the 19th century to the first half of the 20th. Most of them salon miniatures, which we are currently cataloging and which we are intending to upload on the website as open access resources. This was possible due to the excellent partnerships that our university and CNCMS have with the most important and the largest libraries in Romania, Romanian Academy Library and the National Library of Romania. Although we successfully completed this activity, we want to go even further and to continue to enhance this database in order to create a future online public access catalog section on the website, commonly known as OPAC, but also for offline searching of a composition, a composer, or any other topic. We inserted all the information available about the scores, books, articles, and manuscript into Excel files, which can be easily turned into a complex Microsoft Access database that can export different query reports and forms, such as a list with all the scanned works of a composer, or all the works published in a specific year or time range, in a particular typography, or in a certain place. To make the inventory process go smoother and not very time-consuming, we also purchased 2 smart pen scanners that can read and recognize very fast and very precise parts from a score or a book and insert them as images or text in Excel or Word. One will find this to be very useful for inserting citations in a paper in no time, as it reads and translates more than 40 languages. The digital books and articles section also comprises over 2,000 items, all of them turned into searchable PDFs for a faster finding of different keywords. Musical manuscripts coming from almost 100 libraries are also a large part of our digital archive, covering a huge time span of a millennium. We included for offline research over 300 manuscripts with Western music, made public by important world libraries, such as the Vatican Apostolic Library, British Library, the National Library of France, Gallica, Biblioteca Medicea Laurențiana, and many other renowned institutions that provide open access for research. In this particular case, the scholar's use of the available content will be governed by the laws of copyright and ownership. Sacred music is very well represented in our digital collections. Over 2,000 musical manuscripts in Greek, Latin, Old Slavonic and Romanian will be at the disposal of our students and partners. The material was collected mostly from the university's library, Romanian monasteries, the national archives of various countries, and also from abroad. All those mentioned items are currently being catalogued according to the standard system of library classification in use and will be available for offline research at the center. As we have been inspired since the beginning by the models of good practice offered by our partners and by similar research centers, we tried to design user-friendly workspaces in order to facilitate a comfortable technology-based research experience. Therefore, we acquired the qualitative technological infrastructure, so each workspace is equipped with a powerful computer able to process various types of files, a 27 inches full high-definition monitor, a web camera, and a set of on-ear headphones. The workspaces are located into the main library's reading room, so the user may consult other materials if needed. Another direction we took is to provide guidance to the students and researchers that are looking for various topics. We made a list with over 50 sites that are holding some interesting pieces of music, both scores and manuscripts. We have identified by now a great number of libraries that provide open access to their collections with the possibility to download them or just to study them online. We can guide the interested researchers to those digital repositories that have a generous content, from early Byzantine and Gregorian music manuscripts with pneumatic notation to valuable Western musical manuscripts from Ars Nova, Baroque, and other late historical periods. It is our strong belief that what we do at the center will directly contribute to the increasing quality of our scholars' musicological approaches, to the progress of the music research, and hopefully will become relevant into the European context as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear friends, thank you so much, Katalin. I think you got an idea about this center, about its facilities, databases, and what is actually our purpose connecting to this center. And for us, I'm very honest, it's very important having a databases, because you have to remember for very, very long time, these countries in this part of Europe were under the communist regime, so that was somehow a barrier to connect academic life of the Western, Central and Western countries and worldwide. And this is actually one of our targets, to bring together bibliography, musical manuscripts, all kind of information in order to get a better understanding of different periods of music history, and at the same time to build up small and not only small teams of research, but starting with our students from all around the world. And this is a time when we can do that without problem. So we just we just need to work hard and to have this desire to build up something very important. Please let me know if you have some questions until 10:30, when actually our first session is going to start. Question about the center or something related to our conference. So it's very, very early in the morning. I agree with that. So I think we have to go further, and I don't know if Tatiana Markovic from Austrian Academy of Sciences is with us in this morning. Tatiana, you here? No. Well, but actually we have more 8 minutes, so please be very patient with our meeting. So, do you have any questions? Any question about the center, about our facilities here?
Nikolai, if I may, congratulations. It seems a very important and quite multifaceted project. This center. May I say that it will be an honor and to both parties' interest that the Friends of Music Society Music Library, the Music Library of Greece, and the Friends of Music Society to be among your partners in the forthcoming weeks, so we can discuss that. Other than that, well done, and I'm sure that loads of research will come out of this. Well done.
Thank you very much, dear Alex. I'm sure that actually we are very honored to have such a great partnership with these libraries, and we know that the most important part of the, at least Byzantine musical manuscripts belong to Greek libraries. So it's very important to have such a contact and partnership with your libraries. Yes, thank you very much. And for sure, this is a very important moment to build up, as I told you, something very, very good in this area. Yeah.
Nikolai, I would like also to congratulate you and say how a wonderful thing it is for a researcher to find everything at one hand. My question is about the musical manuscripts. Is there a RISM database that you can connect your musical manuscripts? As far as I'm concerned, I know that concerning the musical manuscripts, there isn't a legal procedure at the RISM. And how will you be able to document these at your site so that we can follow up and have quite the same kind of cataloging?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, this is a key question of this entire equation. Yes, of course. On the one hand, we have databases with different kind of musical manuscripts that are available for the central for the students and our partnership colleague in the world. On the other hand, there is a huge problem, as you already mentioned, with the rights of these manuscripts. But this is the reason that we made this partnership with the important Romanian, at least, main libraries, in order our collaborators, our partners, having access for free to these manuscripts and scores. So actually, the target is to bring scholars on the one hand, and on the other hand, performers, to study them, to research them, and even to publish unknown manuscripts But of course, this is another kind of discussion because it is involving, of course, another partner with the library in order to release these manuscripts. But of course, this is a beginning, and for sure we have the opportunity to develop this kind of connection and the project. Yes, but anyway, it's a crucial question. Yeah. Thank you. Ralph, do you have any questions? Sorry.
Yes, right. As we have 1 more minute,
Yes, of course.
I would like to know if there's any kind of cooperation with RISM, Repertoire International de Sources Musicales, which is the international association, as you know, for cataloging music sources. So it may be useful to think about a kind of interface so that the data also can be used in this international context.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. So and this library where is now in Germany, right?
No, it's international. So in Frankfurt we have the central redaction of this.
It is the RISM website, right?
Right, RISM website. This is what I mean.
The RISM is very important in musical cataloging, and this is what I've asked earlier. I will write it in the Zoom, so perhaps the link, and then you can access.
Okay, and all these scores are for free, Ralph?
The scores that they offer there, of course, are for free. They are linking to the libraries, actually. But the information that you get there is much more because they're cataloging all the data of music prints and so on. And I guess that some of the material that you're cataloging may already have been cataloged there at RISM RISM. So that may be useful. We also start to cooperate with them with our CMO project.
Okay. Great. So, I think we should start our session, if you agree. In the meantime, I see that, Dr. Tatiana Markovic is she here? No. So I will introduce myself. I will introduce Dr. Avra Papadakou and Alex Archeolakis, two researchers and musicologists from Greece, from Athens. I'd like to say a few words about Avra. Avra is a researcher of performing arts, currently affiliated to the University of Nicosia. She has worked as a faculty member of the University of Crete and as an affiliated lecturer at several other academic institutions. Dr. Avra has published widely different papers and books, and I'd like to name a few of them. One of them is Pavlos Carrer, published in 2013 on the Zakynthia opera composer, interspread with musical entertainment, music in Greek salons of the 19th century. This book was published in 2017, co-authored with Alexandros Archeolakis. As I know, Dr. Papadakou was awarded a research grant and research visitorship as part of the Balsam Prize in Musicology towards a global history of music. So Avra has many skills in this very important field of 19th century music in Greece, and as I know, I think one of her recent research project was conducted at the Musikwissenschaftlichen Institute at the University of Zurich. Before inviting Avra, please allow me to say a few words also about Alexandros. Alex studied at the Hellenic Conservatoire at the University of Sheffield in the United States. He has worked as a musicologist and coordinator for educational projects in the Music Library of Greece, Lilian Vouduri, of the Friends of Music Society. In 2013, Dr. Harkiolakis became head of head of the Errol Ucer, that's right, Alex, Music Library, and lecturer in historical musicology of the Center for Advanced Studies of the Istanbul Technical University. Alex also is one of the leading researchers in 19th century music in Greece, and he published important books. One of them is Manolis Kalomiris, 50 years after, alongside with Nikos Maniaras, Autobiography and Archive of Alekos Xenos. He is also co-authored the book Interspread with Musical Entertainment with Avra, as I already said. And he is currently preparing a new book on Spiros Samaras, operetta, I Principas tis Sassonas, the Princes of Caesar, if I'm not wrong, Alex. So it's my pleasure to invite now Dr. Avra Papadakli and Alexander Harkiolakis to present their paper on 8 salon music pieces from 19th century music Greece. I have to mention that these pieces are included in a new coming volume on music album from 19th century salon music in the Balkans. Thank you very much. Avra, Alex.
I must apologize for interrupting. If you aren't speaking, could you please switch your microphones off? I'm hearing a lot of feedback. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Is it okay now? I will try to mute some microphones. Okay. Alex, Avra?
Good morning to you all. Nikolai, thank you so much for inviting us. It is always an honor to be here or there with you. In a way, we are together. I must say that you always amaze me with your unique skill of organizing and conducting everything so smoothly.
Okay.
So today we're going to speak to you with Alexandros about a small collection of 8 salon music pieces coming from 19th century Greece. The Greek musical culture of the 19th century developed under only partially formed political and social conditions, within an area of new ethnic states, the borders of which were as yet not fully defined. The new Greece was a nexus for the meeting of different musical cultures with different origins, ancient and modern, Western and Eastern, polyphonic, monophonic, homophonic, traditional and urban. The modern Greek state, which was formed gradually from 1830 until the first decades of the 20th century, could boast of a new Greek musical culture, the products of intense cultural gestation, which involved a multiplicity of local musical idioms. Ranging from light entertainment to high sophistication, from transitory fashion to eccentricity, from amateurism to rare virtuosity, from the trivial to the masterpiece, salon music was the most popular entertainment for private evening gatherings in 19th century Greek salons. Musical salons were a typical feature of the overall westernizing and Europeanizing trend of Greek culture after the foundation of the Greek state in 1830, as mentioned before, a trend that reflected Greece's desire to leave behind its identity from the previous Ottoman rule, making up for lost time and falling in line with European ways was felt as an imperative need, with all eyes turning towards the West. A new bourgeois lifestyle was thus adopted, and most Greek salons of the 19th century followed the fashion of the European salons of the same period. They were held by cosmopolitan elites, and women enjoyed a certain prominence in them. with Italian opera excerpts and light dance music being the key repertoire. Of course, the piano functioned both as a bourgeois status symbol and the chosen musical medium. So in our presentation, we will provide an overview of Salon's music course and fate, in and out of the gradually expanding Greek borders throughout the 19th century. More specifically, we will examine aspects of Salon music in 3 different geographical areas. The Ionian Islands is the first, Athens and the urban centers of mainland Greece. You can see Athens, Patras in the west part of the Peloponnese, and also the island of Syros, Hermopolis, which is an urban port of the 19th century, and of course the cosmopolitan centers of the Near East, that is Constantinople and Smyrna, both marked on the map. In this framework, we will discuss 8 representative Salon music pieces that, as Nikolai just said, are included in the forthcoming collective volume Music of the Salons from the Balkans of the 19th century, edited by himself, Nikolai Gorgica. The pages dedicated to Greek Salon music present a collection which includes a variety of pieces. The majority of them was published in 19th century literary and cultural periodicals, such as To Asti, roughly translated as The City, 1885-1890, Ikilis Toa, 1881-1914, Thrysalis, 1863-1866, and the Ethnico Numerologion 1890, the National Almanac of the year 1819, which you can also see on your screen. Featured in the pages of the above publications were articles of general knowledge, philosophical texts of a rather simplistic nature, satirical and anecdotal notes, as well as musical pieces that the readers could perform at home on their own pianos. At this point, we would like to stress the major role played by the illustrated magazines of general interest, which for a while offered the only available opportunity for the publication and acquisition of musical works. Apart from their main subject matter, 19th century Greek magazines also included in the form of musical scores an extensive range of urban popular songs and Salon music pieces. The compilation of this special material, which involved mostly original compositions of the period, has only recently started to be documented and has led to the publication of important collections. Moreover, we will refer to 2 pieces from the Sakoulidis collection, now kept at Sismanoglion Megaron in Istanbul. These works represent the Greek circles of Constantinople, Istanbul, and Smyrna, today's Izmir. We will discuss this unique Oriental aspect of Greek Salon music further below. So let me take you to the Ionian Islands, to the 7 islands, but mainly the 3 of them are the most important, Corfu, Zante, and Cephalonia, and we will explain why. The Ionian Islands were the only area of Southeastern Europe, and in particular of the Greek-speaking world, that remained outside Ottoman rule. You can see them marked in red on the map. Instead, the islands became successively the possession of Venice, France, Russia, and Great Britain. Obviously, this direct contact with the West created a unique culture in which local traditions and Western models coexisted. Due to the absence of contacts with the Ottoman world and the Oriental elements, and to the special local traditions, the Ionian Islands never adopted the monophonic song of mainland Greece. On the contrary, dominant throughout the 19th century was the Italian influence in the Ionian musical and cultural life. In fact, during the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the Ionian Islands were considered an Italian music center, a part of the Italian music and opera market. Italian opera monopolized Ionian musical life, while other genres such as orchestral or piano music and chamber music developed in the shadow of the opera and under its influence. The strong bonds of the Ionians of the 19th century with music and opera is testified by the rapid institutionalization of musical and theatrical life in Corfu, Zante, and Cephalonia. Philharmonic orchestras and music societies were established. Opera houses were built and functioned vigorously. Music dominated public and private events, and Ionian composers took a leading role in both by displaying their creative inspiration. We will show you some of the Ionian composers who were all learned representatives of the first art music school in Greece. Besides their main creative work, which included original operas, concert music, as well as symphonic music, they were also engaged in lighter compositions, especially art songs, chamber music, and dances. The term chamber music denotes, in the Ionian music vocabulary, primarily music for voice and piano, and has numerous alternative names such as romances, arias, arietas, melodies, serenades, dramatic scenes, and canzonettas. Secondarily, it denotes instrumental music for solo piano or for piano and other instruments. Symphonie, that is, opera overtures, fantasies, piano arrangements of opera works and dances, waltzes, polkas, mazurkas, we will present you some of them later, are also part of this category. What must be emphasized here is that in the consciousness of Ionian composers, musicians, and audiences of the time, the distinction between the entertainment function of music and its higher expression simply did not exist. These two dimensions of music were not opposite, but complementary. Light music, mainly including works of salon music, was for a long time an important manifestation of European music and contributed immensely to the familiarization of Greek audiences with the codes of Western harmony and to the spread of European music in Greece. The presence of the piano enhanced the musical life of 19th century Corfu. It functioned as a transformer of public music expression into private entertainment. Thanks to the numerous music publications and mainly of songs, the members of the Ionian elite could relive the experience of operatic performances at the San Giacomo Theatre of Corfu in the privacy of their homes. Furthermore, the piano and its multiple capabilities contributed to the expansion of the repertoire. Ionian cantatas and other folk songs took their place alongside the main repertoire by climbing up from the cantunia, the narrow alleys, to the romantic salons of the bourgeoisie and the aristocracy. The Ionian salon music is represented in our presentation by 4 composers and works. Let us refer to them in more detail. So, please, Alexandros.
Thank you very much. So the first piece that we're going to discuss is this, briefly of course, is this Mazurka by Adamantios Remandas. Actually, little is known about the composer. He came from Corfu, where he was active both as a music teacher and a composer. On a series of scores entitled Παιδαγωγικά άσματα προς χρήση των δημοτικών σχολείων, which translates to children's songs for use in primary schools, Remandas appears as the editor, and underneath his name one reads that he's a music teacher at the schools of the Society for the Promotion of Education and Learning. Finally, we find Remandas as one of the authors of a book entitled Arion, η μουσική των Ελλήνων ως διεσώθη από τον αρχαιοτά των χρόνων μέχρι της σήμερον, which translates to Arion, the music of the Greeks as preserved from ancient times until today, a book that was published in 1917. Mazurka is a Polish folk dance in a triple meter, with a basic pattern accenting the weak beat of the bar. It soon outgrew the boundaries of Poland and traveled all over Central Europe, becoming particularly popular as a ballroom dance. As in the case of the other types of salon music, it was soon adopted and cultivated as an art music genre. Ramandas follows the tradition, composing a piano piece of medium difficulty, meant to be performed on the piano and not on the dance floor. He also includes a trio section, something that also appears in some of Chopin's mazurkas. Ramandas' mazurka revolves mostly around the A minor key and seems derived from the early Romantic idiom. We're lucky enough to have a machine-made yet quite accurate performance of this piece. So I'm going to play just a bit for you. The next piece we'll come across is called Gardenia Mazurka, and it's by Gerasimos Bothrondos. The composer Gerasimos Bothrondos was a well-known figure in his heyday, but his work has not reached the present. For these reasons, we decided to include one of his pieces in this presentation, a piece that was published at Toasti. The few data that we managed to collect about him indicate mainly his ability to compose European-style dances, such as this one, which is referred to as a mazurka. Bothrondos was among those who put their name down for the establishment of the Athens Philharmonic Society in 1889, and one of the members on the board of directors of the Cephalonia Philharmonic Society. The piece included is a mazurka, one of the most popular European dances with a long presence, both in ballroom salons, but also as a genre introduced in art music. Musically, the piece is quite straightforward. One could hardly say that the mazurka idiom has been enriched, actually. However, one should bear in mind what the mazurka represented in those times within the framework of the Greek bourgeois society. In a sense, it means one more step towards European assimilation for a still evolving society. The next piece is by Pavlos Karer. It's called Chorou Kryphomilimata, which translates into whispered chats at the dance. Pavlos Karer, or Kareris, as he is inscribed at the score under discussion, is one of those composers of the 19th century era that paved his own way and became one of the major and most influential figures of his time at the Greek-speaking world. He was born in 1829 in Zante and studied music initially in his homeland and from 1850 in Milan, where he also tried to make a career for himself. His premiere at Carcano Theatre took place in 1850 with a performance of the Canto Greco and the Sinfonia, along with opera fragments by other composers. 3 Milanese premieres, which turned out to be a success, came later. Dante Bicche, Isabella da Steno, La Rediviva. Karer returned to Zante in 1857 after a failed attempt to close a deal with Teatro alla Scala for the production of a new opera. During his time in Milan, Karer managed to become quite famous, and some of his melodramas were met with considerable success. After his return to Zante, his main aim in life became the development of musical life on both a local and national level. In a sense, he's the first composer who believed in the establishment of a Greek sound, and he did so with works such as Marcos Botsaris, a hero of the Greek War of Independence, and Marathon Salamis, an opera with a classical Greek theme centering around the naval battle of Salamina. In the years to come, his works were performed frequently in Athens, but also abroad, thanks to the tours of the Hellenic Melodramatic Company in Alexandria and Cairo. Karer died in 1896 after a long illness. The work included in this presentation, and you see on your screen, derives from an issue of Ethnikon Numerologion 1890, National Almanac of the year 1890. It was probably the last composition published by Karer. This is a plain yet charming composition based upon the main thematic material as is exposed in the first bars. With a clear cyclical pattern, the amateur performer will not find it difficult to master the chordal process and produce a satisfactory outcome with just a handful of modulations. The next piece is by Raffaele Parisini, and it's called Polka Mazurka Galaxidion. This piece was composed by Parisini, and it bears this title, Galaxidion, which is the name of a city on the seafront at the Gulf of Corinth, in the southern part of Phokis in Greece. The piece originally appeared in the periodical Chrysalis. The composition is dedicated to a certain Aspasia Karalivanou, the wife of Lukas Karalivanos, mayor of Galaxidi between the years 1856 to 1861, and member of the Greek parliament from 1862 to 1895. She died in 1868, just 5 years after the publication of the piece. Raffaele Parisini was born in Bologna in 1820. He studied music with his father and later at the Bologna Conservatory. After his graduation, he moved to Corfu around 1840 and was deployed at the San Giacomo Theatre as conductor. During his time in Corfu, he forged a close friendship with Nikolaos Halkiopoulos Manzaros. Parisini moved to Athens in 1845, where he remained until his death in 1875. During his time in Athens, he was one of the most active music teachers, conductors, and composers. He organized the first Athenian choir and held the position as a violoncello professor in the newly established Athens Conservatory in 1872. Polka Mazurka, the piece presented here, was a variation combining the two popular dances. It appeared in the 1840s and it combined the polka steps with the three-quarters of the mazurka. This is yet another popular dance that soon found its way into salons, growing into an art music genre, as in the cases we saw above. Parisini divides this piece in 4 parts, with the introduction opening across the first page in G major. Then, second section begins with the actual polka mazurka and repeated 4-bar phrases. The third section starts with the radical modulation in E flat major, after which there follows a fourth, against distinct section going back to the initial set of only an F sharp. The piece ends with a majestic coda. The work embodies all the qualities identifiable in the piano music of the time. The aesthetic result depicts Parisini's musicality and sense of melodic structure. A very quick excerpt of how the piece sounds. And so on and so forth. Back to Abra then.
Thank you. Let me be brief. We will focus on the independent Greek state and mainly on Athens now, the capital, as well as some other urban centers, the most important ones, which were the cities of Patras and Hermopolis on the island of Syros. From 1830 until the end of the century, in Greece, which covered a very limited geographical area within its borders, at the time, a rapid progress in the spread of Western European music is observed, always within the general frame of conscious and hurried Westernization. Throughout the 19th century, one can observe an influx of foreign but also Tunisian music teachers and musicians who contributed to the promotion of an official musical expression, having as its aim the distanciation from the Ottoman past and the stigma of tradition and slavery. Moreover, Italian opera troupes and later French operetta troupes performed on the Athenian stages, and the first military bands played music in public venues. Musical literacy and the ability to play a musical instrument were considered a high social skill, and therefore the possession of a piano was an indication of wealth, prestige, and for the unmarried daughters of the upper-class families, a significant addition to their dowries. Regarding the salon music taste of that time, preference was given to songs of a romantic character, with melodies of European provenance, where the influence of military marches and Italian opera was more than obvious. In sharp contrast, songs which incorporated Byzantine, Ottoman, and traditional demotic influences were limited to the countryside or to the outskirts of the cities during the first half of the 19th century, only to experience a revival after 1870 with the establishment of the Café Amman tradition. To Alexandros.
The next piece we're going to see is by Alexandros Katakouzinos. It's called Enthymou, which means remember. Katakouzinos was born in Trieste, died in Athens in 1892. He was born in 1824, and he was a composer and ecclesiastic music scholar. He studied music in Paris and Vienna, where he became acquainted with both the European and the Byzantine music system. In Vienna, he established a four-part choir that served as a choir of the local Greek Orthodox Church. After conducting his choir for 17 years, he moved to Odessa in 1861 to form a similar ensemble at the Greek Orthodox Church there. Finally, he reached his final destination in life, moving to Athens in 1870 after an invitation by Queen Olga to come and conduct the Palace Chapel choir of the Church of St. George. Here, we see a piece for voice and piano, where its main theme is about an unfulfilled friendship, or in a more loose sense, a loving relationship that has reached an unexpected end. The song is divided in two sets of verses sung with the same melodic material. The piece is based on D major, with some interesting modulatory material appearing in various spots, adding a more varied sense to the melodic line. The next piece is by a composer called Timotheos Xanthopoulos, and the title is Levkoma Smyrnea, for a Smyrniot Ladies album. Xanthopoulos probably was born in 1864, and he was born in Smyrna, but grew up in Constantinople, where he received his first musical instruction. He then moved to Vienna, where he studied piano and organ at the Vienna Conservatoire. He graduated with merits, and shortly after the completion of his studies, he moved to Athens, where he served as the principal organist at the Royal Chapel. In 1890, he established a music school where he taught piano while continuing his compositional endeavors, a pursuit to be maintained through his life. Between the years 1909 to 1914, he taught at the Athens Conservatory and continued playing the organ at the Athens Catholic Cathedral after he retired from his duties at the Royal Chapel. Xanthopoulos died in Athens in 1942 during the German occupation. The piece presented here is a more or less traditional solo music piano composition based loosely on the A minor quality. Back to Abra. You need to unmute your microphone, Abra.
Yes,
you need to
microphone.
unmute your microphone.
Sorry about that. I would just like very briefly to say that the last two compositions that Alexandros will present are products of the Greek communities established for centuries in the mainland of the Ottoman Empire. The first piece being published in Constantinople and the second in Smyrna. This geographical area between the two cities is interspersed with smaller and larger urban centers with dense communication networks and is characterized by intense commercial activity and mobility. These networks involve both overland and sea routes, as the high number of ports and the naval character of the inhabitants have led to the development of navigation between coastal towns or between the Asia Minor coast and the islands of the Aegean and the ports of mainland Greece. So for centuries, Constantinople and Smyrna acted as cosmopolitan poles of attraction, drawing populations from the interior of Anatolia as well as from mainland Greece and the Greek islands. In both cities, many Western-style habits in harmonic combination with the Oriental customs were fashionable among the Greek communities, such as going to the opera, organizing balls, and introducing Western music as an independent course in the Greek émigré schools. Both pieces presented here were kept in a book-sized dossier at the Sakoulidis collection, which contains various pieces of 4-page sheet music scores. we decided to include one piece with a patriotic theme and one belonging to the mainstream type of romantic love songs. Back to Alexandros.
So the first piece is called Ελληνικός Τετράχωρος, which is a Greek quadrille, and it's by Kimon Belas. The first piece, this piece, is his Opus 10. If one goes through the score, one sees that at the last page, there is a brief catalogue of other works by him, and he has composed at least 87 works. Unfortunately, however, nothing further is known about this Kimon Belas so far, despite relevant research. Trying to place this piece in time seems to be a difficult task, although it was certainly published before 1913, since it is dedicated to the Crown Prince Konstantinos, who was enthroned in 1913. And you see an image of the Crown Prince at the first page. The term tetrachoros is a translation of the word quadrille, a popular French dance of the mid-18th century, which spread across Europe and later on to the United States as well. Therefore, once more we're faced with a transformative phenomenon of a popular dance into a pianistic form, as we have seen it happening with waltz, polka, and mazurka. The traditional French quadrille was a dance comprising 5 individual parts, to be enlarged later by the Austrians into 6 parts with the distinct Viennese quadrille. The piece opens with Le Pantalon, with a rather unusual metronomic indication of majestuoso, which is majestic. The trend of adding somewhat more descriptive than conventional metronome markings has been a characteristic of late Romanticism that spread well into the 20th century. To make things even more convincing about the patriotic sentiment that was spread across the piece, the composer has an injunction, Elas Egirou, Greece, rise up, in a parenthesis next to the majestuoso, and the phrases, Mi phobiste Greki, Greeks, do not be afraid, in the opening of the finale, which evokes a well-known 19th century march of the same title by an unknown composer, which is still performed today by Corfiot marching bands. The interesting part comes at the finale section, where the composer again uses the 8-bar phrase pattern and says a 2-4 as the beats. The form is a loose A-A-B-B-A-A, as it should be in the quadrille final section, but section B is actually the Greek national anthem, or rather an artistic paraphrase of it. The meter needs to change, of course, in order to reflect the original. Therefore, Belas alters this to a 3-4, a beating pulse that is rarely or not at all used at the quadrille. But of course, the inclusion of the national anthem requires it. The next one, and we will conclude with this, is called Το πρώτον ερωτικόν βλέμμα της Smyrnaïdos, the first love gaze of a Smyrniot lady. It is by P.G. Fedros. The second piece was published in Smyrna, again by an otherwise unknown composer. The composer, who is also the lyricist, declares in the title that this is a rhythmic monologue, rhyming monologue. Strangely enough, though, the subtitle that describes the work's musical force states that this is a διοδία με τα συνοδείας και το κύμβαλο, which actually translates as a duet with the accompaniment of the piano. The piece vacillates, apparently indecisive between the D major and B minor scales. It starts with a short introduction before the vocal parts open. The song does not escape the typical features of the Romantic style. It concludes after 4 rows of stanzas, and the love element is quite strong throughout the song, ending finally in a minor mood. An interesting issue involves the identity of the composer and the fact that his name is probably a pseudonym inspired by Plato's Phaedrus dialogue, which has love at its core. Of course, one cannot rule out the possibility that this actually was the name of the composer, who might have been an amateur with just a few published works under his name. But the fact that there are no other references to a composer under that surname, and also the indirect connection of a love song written by someone who bears the surname of one of the most famous Platonic dialogues about love, creates a suspicion that the name was chosen merely as a knowing wink to those who will buy the piece and perform it at home. So this concludes our paper, and we would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Avra. Thank you very much, Alex. I'd like to ask now Dr. Tatiana Markovic to. Tatiana, sorry, are you here?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, could you introduce our colleagues, and if there are some questions and commentaries on this topic, just ask our friends, please. Actually, I have one. Okay.
Thank you. First, I would like to apologize. I have to admit I forgot about this time difference. For me, Romania is the first neighborhood, so I came a little bit later. So if they were not presented, I would say first something about Avra.
Sorry, I just presented them just to be the chair of this session.
So you probably said that they are authors of a book, also collection of salon music, so they are experts for this topic. Does somebody have a question or comment? Please raise your hand. So please, Dr. Georgi.
Thank you very much, Alex, and congratulations, Avra, and you, Alex, once again, for this very rich paper. I have two small questions. The first one, what means Canto Greco in connection with Pablo Carrer? This is the first question. And the other one, the military music band in Corfu was belonging to the army or to the civilian elites in the island? I mean, who were the institution who supported them financially? Thank you.
I think that Avra, for sure.
I will answer the first question and you will answer the second one.
Okay, then.
Okay, Canto Greco, Greek song, ethnikon asma in Greek, the way Carrer used to call it, means song with Greek elements, not only referring to the lyrics, which were of course in the Greek language and in the folk idiom, in the traditional idiom, but also referring to the music. Music with sounds from the monophonic demotic song, and with, of course, in a European harmonious form, but with elements of Greek traditional sounds in it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, about the second question, the military bands, first of all, belong to those who were occupying the island, mainly the British, and then this tradition evolved inside the society. So the Corfiots and the people from Zante and from Cephalonia, they basically, even in Ithaca, they have established philharmonic societies. So they had like marching bands, a tradition that still goes on today. I think that Corfu has 26 this kind of philharmonic societies. So the military bands were belonging in the beginning at the occupiers, mainly, as I said, British, during that period, but then it evolved inside the society, so they expanded like that.
Many thanks, Alex. Many thanks.
Thank you. Somebody else? May I ask also two short questions? So actually, first is a continuation of first you already had. So that means that the salon music also reflects this double Greek identity, so to say, Eastern and Western. Is it so?
Yes, exactly. That is correct. However, not 50-50, I would say. 70-30. Most of the salon music pieces in Greece were Europeanized. Mm-hmm. You can recall the European fashion in them, and they belong to this family of music, of European salon music. But some of them, yes, contain these elements, as I said before.
Mm-hmm. And just out of curiosity, there are no female names at all, so they were all male composers.
There are.
At this period.
There are. As a matter of fact, yes, the most important composers and well-known composers were male, but there are female composers, particularly Ionian female composers, which have not yet been thoroughly studied, I must say.
The issue with women composers from the Ionian is also the fact that we know about them. There are mentions about them, but their pieces have not been published in these periodicals that we have researched on. So it needs to come from a secondary source. For instance, you can find them in an archive or something like that. So
this is your next book, I suppose.
Well, let's see, Tatiana.
Next life.
No.
So thank you very much. Now we are going to Romania. Next three papers will shed light on salon music in Moldova and Pennsylvania. So the next speaker is Dr. Dalia Simona Rusu-Persic, or Persic, or I don't know if I pronounce good, who is the director of the library of the UNESCO National University of Arts in Iași, and she is also a professional librarian with this double expertise. So she has researched collections in libraries and other topics. So this time she will present us salon music in the second half of the 19th century in Iași, the capital of Moldova. Please.
Hello, everyone. I'm so grateful for being here for this invite. I would like to thank you, Mr. Nae Gheorghiță, for his encouragement and support. So, wow. Oh, okay. My work is salon music in the second half of the 19th century Iași, and in tune, I will discuss, in tune with the social and cultural life of Europe's greatest cities, especially of Paris and Vienna, Iași saw from the 1840s onwards a period of intense regeneration of the form of artistic expression, also as regards the field of music. The large number of aristocrat boyars were essential in the development of salon culture, a stimulating environment for the rehabilitation of Western chamber music and its adaptation for the Romanian addressee. The consulted musicological sources and manuscripts attest the great number of salon pieces composed by the precursor active in Iași in the 19th century, Alexandru Flechtenmacher, Gheorghe Burada, Pietro Mezzetti, Enrico Mezzetti, Eduard Caudela, and others. The works in this presentation are selected from the repertoire performed in Iași boyar salons at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of 20th century, a proof that the climate these created sonorities created was indeed comparable to that of Europe's great capitals. Horizons open to Western moderns. Historical sources reveals that Iași elite showed an early interest in the values of Western civilization and culture. By the last decade of 18th century, the modernization of Romanian society had already started, introducing a long transition from the Phanariot patriarchal world to the European one, dynamic and positivist. The decisive influence came from the successive periods of Russian administration within the 1769 and 1774 Russo-Turkish War, bringing the first form of Western life as assimilated by St. Petersburg. Under the next Russian occupation, The upper sphere of Romanian society turned fashionable and started to organize and participate in social events, while the royal court and great nobility adopted the Western ways and form of living. Part of the ceremony offered by the Russian generals, balls and dancing soirées, transformed the taste of the high society, both with regard to dress and manners, and to the reception of different type of dance music or ambience. As historian Ade Xenopol writes, at the balls in the first decades of the 19th century, I quote, one no longer heard those chorus or gigantic brew. There are girdle dances led by a vornik, a nobleman in charge with supervising the court affair, or postelnik, also a nobleman member of the king's council, danced by boyars and ladies in the gardens of the royal palace. National dances were now performed only as means to gratify the curiosity of the Russian officers. I end the quotes. The cultural mutation at the middle of the 19th century can only be explained by considering some coexisting phenomena which endure for long in the background. First, there was the constant influence of Polish Catholicism and the insertion of German Protestantism. Then, the neighboring Russian culture becomes at the beginning of the 18th century. Tsar Peter I visited Bucharest in 1711, the entry point of European art music. And just as important were the French and Italian immigrants who settled in Iași after 1800, also the wake of the French Revolution. These immigrants were educated musicians among them, and some of whom would become private music teachers of the high nobility. It was thus that in 1835, when at the royal court of Mihai Sturza everybody spoke French, according to the mentioned source, the first high education institution, Academia Mihaileană, was founded there. The importance of Iași geographical position is widely recognized, and it is historical evolution in this spectacular assimilation of European culture. The place where roads from evolution in this spectacular assimilation of European culture, the place where roads from west to east meet, Iași was visited by countless musicians, theater and opera companies, at the fact that it was the capital for 3 centuries, favored both its economic and cultural growth at the rise of enlightened class of boyars. And so it was that, in the first half of the 19th century, Iași boasted an education society that valued music and was already developing a concert life. Iași's musical salon. During the reign of Mihail Sturza, Iași enjoyed an effervescent social life. To the king's residence in the Rosetti Rosnovano Palace, the host of sumptuous balls are added the artistic salons, opened by the great contemporary boyar. Cantacuzino, Mavrocordat, Rossetti, Ghica, Catargi, Moruzzi, Mavrogheni, also on. In this detailed research of Iași social life, Professor Dan Dumitru Iacob, in the Romanian Principalities High Society balls at the middle of the 19th century, highlights the multitude, luxury, and variety of events related to entertainment and socializing. I quote, if were addition the advertisement in Albina Românească from 1845, we come to a total of 9 great mask balls between December 20 and February 25, that is one each Sunday evening. They were only the mask ball hosted by the theatre hall, without taking into account the numerous balls and dancing soirées in private salons. To reinforce the aesthetic and social importance of the musical salon, there are the historical proof confirming that prestigious performers like Bernard Romberg and Franz Liszt played on the occasion of such reunions. The second half of the 19th century is distinguished in the history of Romanian society as a time for ample demonstration of modernization, of economical, social, political, and cultural progress. Historically, the 1859 Union meant the openness to national affirmation, to deep transformation in all things society, culture, legislation, politics, to the manifestation of the Romanian spirit. The election of a single ruler in the person of Alexandru Ioan Cuza, the reforms that he and his government initiated, the secularization of monastic estates, providing the peasants with land ownership, founding Western format institution necessary for raising people's social, economic, and cultural situation, among others, ensure the premises of a progress which could come to fruition during the reign of King Carol I. Salon music, widely practiced in European society in the 19th century and even of the first half of the 20th century, was particularly important in promoting local performance, the salon as an institution being the place where the first amateur, Ermiona Asakis, Maranda Șaptesate, Eufrosina Lățescu, for example, or future professional musician like Alexandru Flechtenmacher, Gheorghe and Teodor Burada, Eduard Caudela, and others would know fame. In the beneficial environment of the musical salon grew the first chamber ensemble too. Those repertoire feature works by the great European composers and by the representative in the Young National School of Composition. Is this thus clear that Iași society in the first half of the 19th century was characterized by multilateral openness to and an interest in that is new and in Western freshness, while still maintaining the undeniable traditional dose and thus a continuity of the moment. Composer and musicologist Zeno Vanchas believed that with an increased level of musical culture, saturation came, caused by the multitude of works of minor values, those right to existence was only legitimated by the use of national tones. This opinion was also, of course, painfully true. Indeed, in the early time of the National School of Composition, together with Alexandru Flechtenmacher, Eduard Caudela, Gabriel Muzicescu, Ciprian Porumbescu, one Enrico Mezzetti is intensely active. His activity useful but less substantial in terms of aesthetic and stylistic interest. However, I consider Zeno Vancha works of minor value to be demonstrated intermediation of the search for Romanian compositional language as imposed by the condition and progress of cultural artistic life, to be appreciated as such and valorized in concert at the dedicated press musician, also musicians such as Elena Asaki, Harfner, Ruscischi, François Ruscischi, Franz Caudela, Pietro Mezzetti. Their actual input to the cultivation of musical taste proves a good knowledge of the language of European music, sometimes contributing to the shaping of salon music style by the abundant production of marches and historical dances, polka, waltz, quadrille, mazurka, as well of romances, those importance consist in the dissemination of European-influenced music style by means of arranging popular melodies for piano or voice to be published in collection and art magazine, circulating in manuscripts or occasionally improvised. Salon music the beginning from piano miniature to sonorities anticipating the lead. The first page in this work are by Gheorghe Buradda, Iași-born composer and conductor with a major contribution to the musical life of his native town as a performer and composer, and with an even greater one in music education as taught in higher dedicated institution. Next to Francis Caudela, he was one of the promoters of the Music and Declamation School in 1816, Romania's first artistic education institution. Gheorghe Buradda's work, written for salon practice, reflects such genre as the polka, balls, piano medley, miniature for voice and piano. I make a point of specifying that they are very little known, therefore they are of a documentary nature. Upon examining them, I discovered that some are incomplete compositional drafts, but they were mentioned so as to extract of them as many stylistic elements and compositional technique as possible, or simply a perspective on how and what stage they were conceived. I noticed the following writing elements: tonal or tonal model scale, urban musical folklore, influences, the recurrent melody and accompaniment, homophony, and incipient polyphony. The first selected words is a polka, Aglaie polka, which reflects the melodic flow created by the frequency of scalar elements, simple appoggiature, sequential treatment of melodic motifs, of the predominant dotted rhythm in the strophe, equal and borrowed in the trio of the chord accompaniment. Next in the chronological order, Pietro Mezzetti worked as a teacher, publicist, violinist in the concert organized by Teodor Tep Buradda, and wrote many works for voice and piano, choral pieces, incidental music. His merit is that of having edited in 1864 one of the first theory and solfeggio textbooks, which would circulate in music schools across Romania. The miniature included in this musical journey is called Doina and represents one of the first attempts to recreate a Doina melody on an instrument. In this instance, the piano. The form is bistrophic, each articulation structured in two phrases with the characteristic modal cadences. Folk-inspired ornaments, folk-inspired ornaments, passing and embellishing notes. I think I will put the music on. This is a clear example of its improvisatory nature. Considering both the temporal factor, the work is part of a collection of piece releases around 1860, and the degree of oral circulation of traditional melodies, seeing that is an arrangement for piano. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, Dalia. If there is any problem with your voice, we can stop here because
Yeah.
I can hear that you're not at all. Okay?
I don't know what's happening.
It's happened. Yeah. No problem. Okay. Yeah. Tatiana, please.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It is so interesting, your presentation, but I hope we will have a chance to read and especially
I hope
this.
so.
Yeah, and especially this example, it is amazing, and it is also very typical for other cultures in our region, so Southeast Europe or the Balkans. Are there some questions? I can't see everybody, so if somebody would like to ask something, please say. And it is also very interesting, this presence of vocal music. This is also in other lands very typical, I would say, connected with Orthodox practices of singing.
Yes, it is an influence in Orthodox, yes, within a folklore.
Yeah. Okay, if there are no further questions, I thank you so much, and I hope we will have a chance to hear everything soon.
Yes.
Thank you, Dalia. So our next speaker is Eme Shovalfi, Assistant Professor at the Babeș-Bolyai University in Cluj. Her main topic is Transylvanian, so musical culture of this historic region in Romania today, and especially history of music institutions. Today she will tell us more about collections of compositions and I suppose related also to home music making. Please.
Thank you, Tatiana. It is an honor to be here at this conference, and I'm very happy that we can be together in the context of 19th century music and musical salons. And although I would be very glad to present all kind of musical manuscripts regarding only to the salon music in Kolozsvár, Klausenburg, or as it is known today, Cluj-Napoca, I will try a more drier topic, which represents the musical collections, the musical manuscript collections that are available today in Kolozsvár, Klausenburg, Cluj-Napoca. The city that is known today, Cluj-Napoca, is part of Transylvania, and from the end of the 18th century, it has been the residence of the Transylvanian government, such as it became a cultural center, with theaters, ongoing theater groups who performed in 2 languages, in German and Hungarian, schools, religious schools, and the musical society. This multicultural environment, which represented not only different nations conviving together, but different religions conviving together, meant a very prosperous beginning at the 19th century. In Klausenburg, as it is known today, Cluj-Napoca, was founded the first musical society and musical school of the region in 1819. It held the first theater stone building in Hungarian-speaking region that was inaugurated in 1821. Of course, there were priorly theater performances prior to this date. And due to these facts, as it was a cultural center and school center, of course, there are many musical sources that can be taken quite seriously when thinking of 19th century musical collections. Unfortunately, due to historical changes, this is not a very easy topic. For today, I tried to gather all the information that can be taken from a collector or a researcher regarding musical manuscripts in Klausenburg-Kolozsvár. This would mean a hypothetical list of works because besides to summarize that list, there are no other documents regarding the partitions, musical documents or musical collections, especially in the historical documentation of the archives of the town. Only 2 of the 5 institutions that we are that we will be speaking of today have this kind of list. So it is a hypothetical tour, a virtual tour of musical manuscripts in Klausenburg-Kolozsvár, and it is also a very important part of research to have all our documentations in one place. It is also a sad remembrance because starting from March this year, we cannot access these archives only if we actually work in them. In a way, this is a reminder of what could be and where we could work hopefully in the next year. Musical archives are not a specific region of documentation in Transylvanian institutions or Romanian institutions, as we've heard before. There are a few examples, but not many. In Cluj-Napoca-Kolozsvár, there are 5 important centers that have musical documentation. Only 2 of them have a brief or a broader list of partitions. In the others, partitions, musical scores, musical manuscripts from different ages, but usually blended together, can be found in collective lists. This makes the life of a researcher more adventurous, but probably less fruitful. This is the first attempt to summarize the list of these musical manuscripts. The 5 institutions we will go through are the Central University Library in Cluj-Napoca, the Library of the Romanian Academy, the Library of the Gheorghe Dima National Music Academy, the National Archives in Romania, this is different than the Library of the Romanian Academy, and the Documentary Museum of the Hungarian Theatre. In the ongoing 20 minutes, we will only refer to the 19th century musical manuscript. This means manuscripts, copies, and autographs as well. So we won't printed music, although it is we have wonderful examples, we won't discuss. The Central University Library Lucian Blaga has a wonderful collection of the former Transylvanian Museum Society, which was established in 1859. Although this society was established in 1859, it has, of course, older collections. The musical collections, the musical manuscripts and print collections that can be found here are partly providing from the National Theatre, which was established in 1821, or other personal collections which are quite interested from the elites, aristocratic families from Transylvania, and residing composers who, one of them, Ödön Farkas, who gave all their partitions and musical scores to the institution at the end of the 19th century. There are 220 titles of manuscript music dating probably to the 19th century. Due to the lack of a proper list, we couldn't establish 70 of these titles, but we know that they are there. There is no professional personnel at the special collections of this library. who can identify partitions and music scores, and it hasn't been for the last more than 100 years. This means that musical manuscripts can be found in all kinds of collegates, but without reference to their nature. Usually they can be found in the special collection department. A few examples: Kleinmeisters from the first half of the 19th century, music written probably with the intention of salon music and probably with a slight intention of pedagogical hints, because they are not very difficult to play. This is an example of Dominic Grospeter, who was founder of the first musical society and a well-known teacher in Klausenburg. Other examples of manuscript or copied musical pieces include not only works by local Kleinmeisters or composers, but works that were commissioned from other parts of the Habsburg Empire. This is a piece commissioned from a Salzburger composer, Peter Wittek. It is a march written in favor of Count Emmerich Miku. Of course, due to lack of personnel, these manuscripts can be found, but it is not very easy. There is a catalog extract with Philip Caudella's variations. Perhaps we will hear a bit of this composer from Erich later on, which is referred to as a French composer, and it is in no way mentioned that these are partitions. So it would require a new recheck of all the more than 7,000 titles of the manuscript region to identify all the musical pieces that can be catalogued as manuscripts of the 19th century. We've done it, but there would be sure room for more. Another very important institution regarding musical manuscripts in the 19th century is the Library of the Romanian Academy, which has the former collection of the religious institutions, the Reformed and Unitarian colleges, and also, as I recollect, a great sum of books and manuscripts and some music from the Blage school. So this is another topic for fellow researchers. We identified almost 250 titles from in 2016 from this great amount of musical manuscripts. Most of them refer to the musical life of the mid-19th century town, mostly 1820, 1830. It is not just theater music or specific dance music connected to the verbunkos style, which was quite popular at the 1930s in the Hungarian-speaking parts of the Habsburg Empire. But there are also religious music excerpts, pedagogical works, and very highly so there are many informations written on the manuscripts which helped us in ways to reconstruct the musical life of the town. What we would like to reconstruct in a way would be, it is impossible. Although these are not musical manuscripts, there are among the first catalogs of the Hungarian theater and with its musical pieces. This is dated from 1821, and it is also held in this at the National Archives in Cluj-Napoca. We could learn what kind of partitions held the National Library, the National Theater in Cluj-Napoca. Of course, speaking of salon music, the beginnings of salon music can be traced in dance music. And a beautiful example of a pocket dance book, which is of a very small size, can be found at the Romanian Academy's library in Cluj. What makes it interesting is not only that it holds violin pieces from the beginning of the 19th century. Unfortunately, it has no national authentic dances, no Romanian or Hungarian tunes are played. There are bergamaskas, quadrilles, and other dances popular at the beginning of the 19th century. But there are insertions of dance steps in two colors, in the red and black, which is quite a unique feature at almost every side of the book. It also contains a small violin school for those who cannot learn the instrument. The pocket book is a rare and unique example of musical manuscript. As far as I know, there is none such in Cluj-Napoca at the moment. Another very important place for musical manuscripts is the Gheorghe Dima National Music Academy's library, which was based on the former collection of the local conservatorium established in 1819. It has more than 620 titles that can be linked only to 19th century manuscript music. But due to the fact that this is not it is a current library and not a documentary library, all these partitions, all these musical pieces are held together with the current books and musical pieces, and are not in a very, very good shape. In 2011, a big inventory got rid of most of the 19th century damaged partitions. We are yet trying to revoke what was in this list and to remake it. But still, the Gheorghe Dima National Music Academy's library is the largest of 19th century musical copies and manuscripts regarding the musical life of Klausenburg. There are, of course, pieces of chamber music, religious music, symphonic works, and pedagogical literature. Because it was an educational institution, the conservatorium, it has fewer salon music pieces, but it does include original printed versions and manuscript copied versions of salon music from ongoing from the second half of the 19th century. An important part of the music manuscript region is the National Archives in Cluj, which has the former collection of the National Theatre and the Conservatorium. It has different funds for partitions and at the National Theatre Fund, but it has only fragmentary pieces of musical, incidental music and musical plays. Although there are, we can find the catalog of the National Theatre's library starting from 1836, none of these pieces can be found at this institution at the moment. What can be found at a later institution in the Documentary Museum of the Hungarian Theatre are other partitions and musical scores, musical manuscripts from the 19th century, from the former collection of the Hungarian Theatre. It includes not only incidental music and partitions for operas, librettos as well, linked together or separate musical pieces, but it also includes a few salon pieces which were played as incidental music during the theatrical plays. Last but not least, we were speaking of musical manuscripts, but these are mostly copies. Important copies because they include information about musical networking. We have copies from Vicenza, copies from Hungary, Pest, Buda, or Vienna, Also, we have music from Salzburg, but the musical autographs that that can be found in these collections are perhaps the more important. We don't have we didn't have the success to find, for example, Mozart manuscript among these papers, but the Kleinmeisters of the 19th century Klausenburg music can be found here, works by autograph works by Philip Caudella, Béni Egressy, József Hainisch, Gyula Erkel, Ödön Farkas, or Dominik Grosspeter can be found here. Also, sort of military music from the composer János Oberti, chamber music from Anton Polz, who was one of the first representatives of the musical society in Cluj. The first Hungarian operas composers were József Ruzicska. We have our local composer Georg Ruzicska's works in the library of the National Academy, and manuscript pieces by Karl Scholl, who is yet an unidentified composer. These are the main institutions that have musical manuscripts in Klausenburg, and this would have been like a welcome and perhaps a tour for those who would be interested in musical manuscripts and the musical life of this Transylvanian town. Thank you.
Thank you, Emese, for this insight into really amazing collections, music collections, manuscripts. I'm sure that Dr. Georgita has already plans for networking all different sources. It is really amazing. So if it would be somehow or sometime possible to digitalize step by step, this would be really great. Are there some questions or comments? Then just
I would just congratulate Emese, and I'm so happy that she researches these things, because there's so much material, as we heard, and so much work to do, and very little interest. And I have to say, in the National Archive, there is also a separate fund of musical manuscripts, which is not inventorized. And they said I should ask, make an official paper, and I made it, and I got no answer. So there's still some more musical manuscripts, and we don't know, maybe not much, maybe it's a lot. So there's much work to do, and
Emese, please.
We've tried to inventorize everything we could, but of course, when we are not inside the institution, it is not easy being an outsider, an outside researcher. So, but what I can say, I've looked at a few of those manuscripts in the National Archives, and are not of very great interest. I'm sorry to say. There are extracts and mostly, as we say, a little bit salad, you know, a piece of first violin and the baritones, a few words and a little bit of a libretto, but not of a great. There would have been too much work. But if we can go back there, it would be wonderful. I forgot to add that starting from 2018, so this is the third year when we cannot access the funds of the National Archives in Cluj. So this was like a remembrance of what we had, and with the hope that we will be able to access. It was due to a fire. And so this is the third year that the National Archives of Cluj cannot be researched. A few funds, on the musical funds, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so this is also, please. Dr. Georgita, and then Bennett Zone, please.
Okay. Hi. Emese, congratulations for this huge research. I mean, having a picture about the musical archives, Cluj-Napoca High, have today is great. I mean, you mentioned a lot of composers, and just one involved in military music composition, János Óberti, right? Could you say much more about this collection of military music compositions in Cluj, if there are more than that?
I would have to look. Unfortunately, it is out of my research interest. I found his name and his works in the National Academy's library. His full name is János Óberti Bárdos, and he was the conductor of the local military orchestra from the 1880s. But he was also conducting, when there was no theater orchestra, this orchestra, the regiment's orchestra, helped him, and he was conducting it. He has a few pieces. I must admit I didn't look, but hopefully I will be able to help you in this on this side.
And
Professor.
were they written for a full band or just for piano? You know.
I think it was just for piano, but with inscriptions of the instruments. It was a piano, a small piano. We have Turkish music, so this means regiment music for the theater. For this we have examples in the incidental music part with the inscription of Turkish music.
Great, thank you so much.
But this meant military musicians, not real Turkish music.
Yes, of course. But there is something saying that if this kind of Turkish music was still in fashion in the second part of the 19th century, means something.
Yes, and they were always helping out the orchestra. So when the National Theatre had no orchestra, then there was always the regiment's orchestra who could play. And thus we have the names of the players from the beginning of the 19th century. From 1803, we have the names of the regiments who were playing. And one last example, when this musical society was founded and they needed professors, and there was this long when you needed to enrollment part, and they had an enrolled professor. They went even to the government to have him taken and be a professional musician and a music teacher. I don't know if it would happen in today, that someone would cut their military career in order to become music professors at a beginner's degree.
Oh, great. Thank you so much, Anusha.
And Professor Zon.
Tatiana, all I wanted to do was to say hello. Sorry.
Okay.
I saw Nikolai's hand waving, and I thought immediately I would just say hello. So
Okay.
I apologize for having nothing more intellectual to add to this fascinating conversation.
So this was also these collections witnessing genuinely multiculturalism, which is very, very typical for the Balkans or Southeastern Europe. I think it doesn't exist anywhere else. It's so really deeply. Until today, there are Romanian, Hungarian, German cultural institutions, so not only in the 19th century. So the last, thank you so much, Emese. The last speaker in this session is Erik Türk, organist and player of harpsichord, who studied in Romania, Austria, France, and so on. And it will be interesting to hear more about also Transylvanian music salons from the perspective of a musician. Please.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Emese for the good introduction, because what I have to say is a continuation of some details of what Emese presented. In Cluj, there was a remarkable music life, and it was Transylvania part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Viennese culture came to Transylvania and to Cluj. And I'll start my presentation. Um, mm, do you see the presentation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, the starting point is the theme is two published pieces, two pieces which are to be published now in the frame of this project, the 19th Century Institute. It is from Philipp Caudella, whom we already heard of, Variationen für das Pianoforte auf das Thema, wenn wir dann ausgestrahlt auf den unterbrochenen Opferfeste, composé par Philipp Caudella. It's interesting that they mostly wrote titles in French, and as Emese already showed, Philipp Caudella was considered a French author for this. Philipp Caudella also lived in Cluj for a few years. The other piece is Plainte, Invocation et Contentement, Esquisse harmonique pour le piano par Georg Růžička. Růžička was, I think you can say that, the most important musician in 19th century. Dédié à Mademoiselle Louise Echelle. A few words about the composer's biographies. Philipp Caudella came from Moravia. He spent his early years in Vienna. He was the tutor of the Russian ambassador, Alexander Kurakin. And he moves to Transylvania in between 1814 and 1817. He lived in Cluj, also as music tutor in the house of Baron Farkas Veseliny. And after that, he moves to Sibiu, where he becomes Regens Chori of the Catholic Church, but he also becomes music teacher of the Lutheran High School, and he composes church music, of course, and he also publishes the first Transylvanian piano tutor book, and he has also piano pieces, chamber music, salon music. Georg Růžička, like Caudella, he was schooled in Vienna. He came to Transylvania firstly as tutor in a nobleman's house, and after that also Růžička got involved in public life, acted in church and as a pedagogue. Růžička came very young, with 20 years. He came to Transylvania to the Banfi family, and after the girls whom he taught grew up and got married, Růžička moved to Cluj, where he himself got married, and he started to teach. He became also Regens Chori of the Piarist Church. Later he became rector of the conservatory and stayed in this position for more than 30 years. And he was practically involved in all musical issues in town. He taught, he composed. He was the one who welcomed Liszt when Liszt came to Cluj for 2 weeks. He ordered modern organs for several churches in town, etc. And now, about these two pieces, a few things. I made an interesting discovery just the day before yesterday. I have this manuscript, a copy of this manuscript of Caudella's piece, the variations, for almost 10 years, but now I made myself the courage to try to read these two lines on the title page. I'm not reading easily the Gothic handwriting, but now I succeeded, and it says, auf das Thema, wenn mir dein Auge strahlt, aus der unterbrochenen Opferfeste. So, these variations on a theme, the theme is not like Caudella. The theme comes from an opera, from Das unterbrochene Opferfest, The Interrupted Sacrifice by Peter von Winter. And Emese told me this opera was very successful also in Cluj. It was played also in Cluj. It's a heroic comic opera with spoken dialogue, premiered in 1796 at the Kettner Theater in Vienna. And it was very popular throughout the first half of the 19th century. And even in 1917, they made a last premiere in Leipzig. And, well, I sought for this opera for the theme. I searched a little bit and found out that there are at least two other pieces which use this theme. There is a piece by Anton Diabelli and another one by Josef Jelinek, who was one of the important Viennese composers of the time, friend of Mozart, and Jelinek taught also Ruzicka. I found also the original of this opera in the Badische Landesbibliothek Karlsruhe, and these two pieces also I found them digitalized. This one is Diabelli's piece, digitalized by the British Library. Diabelli's piece is an exact transcription of a duet for pianoforte. And then there is Jelinek's variations in the Kujawian Pomeranian Digital Library. It's dated 1812, a second edition, so probably the piece is a few years older. And what was interesting was the comparison between Jelinek's piece and Kaudella's piece. Jelinek's piece is not the exact transcription of the duet. The duet begins with a sung dialogue between the two singers, and then the theme which Jelinek took is the second half of the duet, where the singers sing together. And Kaudella not only took exactly this theme, but also he used Jelinek's piece as source of inspiration, as we will see. Here we have the theme. It's almost exactly the same. It's only a little embellishment which we have in plus with Jelinek's piece. But interesting is that also the variations are rather similar, at least at the beginning. Here we have practically the same left hand, and Kaudella writes other embellishments for the right hand, but it's obvious that he was inspired by Jelinek's piece. The second variation, the third in the left hand in Jelinek's piece, the third in the left hand in Kaudella's piece. Again, there are similarities, especially in the left hand. In the right hand, Kaudella has other embellishments, but these similarities continue. Here the differences are more obvious, but anyhow, this first motive we find it also in Kaudella's piece. Fourth variation, the theme in the left hand also in Kaudella's piece, although Kaudella's continuation is a little bit different than Jelinek's piece, also the right hand. Basically, Kaudella's piece gets more and more different. So he begins almost like Jelinek. And then after this, there are two more variations, one minore variation, a fifth one. Jelinek's piece is on the same pattern as the aria. Kaudella uses here a different harmonic scheme. Both of them finish with an open cadence, a counter-dominant dominant cadence, and then the sixth variations in both cases is in 3/8. Jelinek calls it coda, Caudella calls it allegretto. Both of them modulate rather unexpectedly to E flat major in a different manner, but now the structure similarity is there. And after that, it becomes more different. Jelinek composes a cadence with trills and then returns in 2/4 to the original theme. Caudella brings, after modulating back to G major, brings again the theme in the left hand and finishes with a coda with arpeggios. So, as conclusion, it's very interesting to see how composers operated in that time when the author's rights were not an issue, actually. Actually, Jelinek was so famous in Vienna that other composers published under his name in order to get more attention. And you probably also know the fugue from Mozart's Requiem, Kyrie eleison, which is inspired very much by another fugue of Handel's Messiah. Well, anyhow, we can now say that it's not the same piece and it's not an embellishment of Jelinek's piece. Caudella surely knew Jelinek's piece because the similarities are very, very obvious. The structure of the piece is practically identical, the order of the variations, and but now Caudella composes a different piece. Actually, last year, I think you heard it, I played it in the recital, in the conference. Here are a few other works, piano works by Caudella. Some of them are only titles mentioned in articles, and it would be interesting to find also the score. Opus 7, thème favori varié, Opus 9, romance suivi d'un rondeau, sonate for pianoforte and viol. These three are in a list of the Office for Arts and Industry in Vienna, which contains a long, long list of published music at the beginning of the 19th century. Then this piece should be in our library at the Gheorghe Dima National Music Academy in Cluj. 12 variations sur le thème du pas de trois, du dernier acte de ballet, etc. And it was published, Arbience Capi, it was published in Vienna. Also another piece published in Vienna, and this should be also in our library, thème russe avec variation suivie d'un rondeau et d'un suite sur le même thème, etc. And then Caudella and also Rudicka, they came to Transylvania and they lived in a Hungarian environment and got influenced by also by Hungarian music in both cases. And these Hongroise, this is the famous Verbunkos dance, which is very typical, a typical Hungarian dance and which became very popular in the 19th century. Caudella also composed Hongroise. The other piece published is Rudicka, Plainte, Invocation et Consentement. This is a later work, probably from the late 1850s. The style is more romantic, so it's not the classical style we noticed in Caudella's piece. its romanticism, and it's inspired by Beethoven. Ruzicka lived much more, so Caudella was about contemporary with Beethoven and died in the 1820s. Ruzicka lived more than 80 years and died in 1869. So Ruzicka's later style was romantic. The first part is an introduction in F minor, and we can see it's rather similar to, this is Beethoven style, I think we could say that. And then there comes the second part, Invocation, Cantilena in F major, in 3/4, in andantino, grazioso, ma che non languisca troppo. So not too slow. This part has 3 sections. It has a middle section in C major, and then comes a reprise in F major. There are also other musical ideas, but I don't think it's the case to call them themes. So this is the principal theme, which returns also in the C major section, along with a few other musical ideas. Then there is a transition, a cadenza on the dominant, and the final part follows, contentement, vivace con hilarità in 6/8, also in F major. And this part has 5 sections. The theme in F major, then there comes another musical idea, but also the theme returns in B major, in B flat major, the next section in B flat major. There comes a reprise in F major, again with our theme, and then there comes a modulation to B major, not B flat major, but B major, very remote modulation. And maybe this is the point to tell that I think Ruzicka's strength was in the harmonic field, and maybe also the title Esquisse harmonique of this piece is not hazardous. Yes, I will come back to this later. The end of the piece is a short remembering of the Andante theme in 3/4, the Invocation, and then there comes a virtuoso cadence in 6/8. As I said, Ruzicka lived much longer than Caudella, more than 80 years, and he got to know in his early years in Jena, Albrechtsberg, Haydn. His father, who played in the Imperial Orchestra, was an acquaintance of Salieri's. And Ruzicka wrote in Cluj in 1824 6 fugues for organ, which are in their counterpoint very Baroque. And the last fugue has the theme BACH and is a very chromatic piece. And I think this is a remarkable piece because it is 30 years earlier than Franz Liszt's BACH Prelude and Fugue for organ, and also 30 years earlier than Schumann's BACH fugues. And now the counterpoint is very Baroque. The harmonic language is very daring and very chromatic, and I think this was Ruzicka's strength, the harmonic part. It's interesting that Ruzicka, together with Caudella, in the 1820s, they belonged to the anti-Beethoven Liga. There were soirees in the homes of the noblemen, and they were playing and discussing the newest pieces they brought from Vienna. And Beethoven, who was very revolutionary, had his fans and also his enemies. And so for Ruzicka and Caudella, Beethoven might have been too shocking in the 1820s, but later Ruzicka becomes Beethoven's admirer. In 1848, he writes a sort of homage à Beethoven, a transcription of the first part of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata for organ, together with a second part which takes a theme from Beethoven's Opus 27 number 2 piano sonata. What do we know about other piano works of Ruzicka's? Again, these are titles mentioned by Lopatos István in an article: 7 variations, Opus 1, 6 variations for piano, Opus 2, Polonaise, composed for the Banfi girls, whom he taught, Fantasie Sonate de Retour à la Campagne. This was printed at Reiflinger's in Pest. Herbier Musical, a collection of small pieces composed between 1810 and 21. And then there are also pieces for four-hand piano, sonates, pièces de Fantasie. These two actually are in the National Archive in Budapest, the Széchenyi Library. Divertissement musical, this is again a title mentioned by Lopatos. Then Ruzicka wrote chamber music, which was, of course, played in the salons in Cluj. His son Adalbert was cellist, and he wrote at least 3 pieces for violoncello and piano, at least 2 for flute and piano. There is a sonata for violin and piano, Opus 3, published in Vienna at NINETEENTH. Then there are 2 piano trios, also published at Reiflinger's in Pest, 4 string quartets, 3 string quintets, and then a thing which shows the spirit of salon music in Cluj, in the salons of bourgeoisie and aristocracy, is that Ruzicka wrote many transcriptions for four-hand piano or for various instruments and piano to be played at such soirees when you could not have the entire orchestra. Now they played opera overtures, symphonies, etc. And Ruzicka wrote a lot of transcriptions of these pieces. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. We have a little bit, some minutes more before the coffee break, so would somebody like to ask or to make some comment, or please, Nicola, please.
Thank you very much, dear Eric. I loved your very analytical way to put together Ruzicka and Philip Caudella. Well, before asking you something connected to these collections, and you have investigated, you know, in his job to bring more manuscripts and digital collections to our database, Catalin, our colleague, actually he identified the original, the autograph manuscript of Philip Caudella, his choral book, which is here in Bucharest in the National Library. It's a huge volume, the original manuscript. So this manuscript is already downloaded in our collection, so anytime you can have it without problem and for research. Eric, you work hardly in this investigation, and you perform a lot of musics from Transylvania. Did you try somehow to publish collections of these musics? I mean, it's so pity. You did a lot of work and perform. You have several CDs with these musics. And I don't know if you have tried to publish collections or music albums with the music from Transylvania. Or do you intend to do
I had
that?
one project with Ruzicka's organ works. So there is a volume with all the organ works of Ruzicka. It's 7 fugues and about 7, 8 other pieces. So this we did together with my colleague Potyo István, who is organist at the main Catholic Church, St. Michael's in Cluj. And other than that, not yet. I know about Mrs. Ursula Filippi in Sibiu. Caudela lived in Sibiu and wrote also church music. So she published religious music by Caudela and also by other authors, other Transylvanian authors. Caudela was Catholic, but very interesting. He taught at the Lutheran school, and he wrote this choral book you mentioned. Actually, this was very popular, so it was used until the 20th century.
I think it was published in 1823 or 24, something like this.
Yes, and it was in use in the Lutheran churches until the 20th century. And there are also Lutheran authors. So there is a series published in Sibiu with religious music from this period.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And Mrs. Nelida Nedelj, I'm not sure how to pronounce. You had a question, please.
Thank you very much. I have not a question, in fact. I would like to congratulate both my colleague from Cluj, Emeshe and Erich, for their interesting and complementary presentation. I'm from National Academy of Music, Gheorghe Dima, and I'm very proud to be a partner in this research center. And I would like to ensure the community that we will support the research related to our archive. As Emeshe presented, we have about 620 manuscripts, and we are very interested to digitalize this manuscript. Also, I would like to congratulate my colleague from Bucharest, National of Music Bucharest, Gheorghe, for this extraordinary idea, and especially for this event, very interesting event. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sure we all share your opinion. So now, if there are no further questions, we have a break. I would only like to say that our colleague Anja Bunzel announced that she would like to discuss with Avra Alexandros if it is possible during this break. If not, they will find a way.
Yes,
so do we have time until 1 o'clock, so half an hour?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tatiana. So at 1 o'clock, the representative of the Royal House of Romania and their association will be here, and in order to sign the partnership with the National University of Music, its Center for 19th Century Music Studies. So thank you very much, and see you at 1 o'clock local time.
And thank you all for great presentations.
Thank you very much, dear friends.
See you.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
Zi cât?
Intrăm în live, da?
Intrăm în live, da?
Numărăm.
Am intrat.
Merge. Merge.
Your Excellencies, dear guests, today, Thursday, December 10th, 2020, the National University of Music Bucharest and the Association for the Peleș Royal Patrimony become partners in research projects and cultural events which are going to promote the Romanian artistic patrimony by signing the cooperation protocol between the Association for the Peleș Royal Patrimony and the Center for 19th Century Music Studies, Bucharest. The artistic promotion and the Romanian musician support represent a tradition of the royalty in Romania developed until nowadays. The Peleș Royal domain was during the monarchy and still is currently the host of remarkable musical events which emphasizes the value of the artistic patrimony and the potential of this place within the cultural tourism. The cooperation between the National University of Music Bucharest and the Association for the Peleș Royal Patrimony intends to establish its objective concentrated on research, training the specialists and common cultural projects. These two organizations will develop together musical events, conferences, workshops, concerts, master classes, research and editorial projects having as a topic the musics of the 19th century and those dedicated to the Romanian royal dynasty, connecting to the European and extra-European social, cultural and artistic practices. I now invite Her Excellency Professor Diana Moș, Rector of the National University of Music Bucharest, and Professor Augustin Ioan, President of the Association for the Peleș Royal Patrimony, to sign the protocol between our institution. Your Excellencies, please.
Ce vă vine mai ușor? În engleză,
Este o onoare pentru Universitatea Națională de Muzică să participe la acțiuni inițiate de Casa Regală. Acest parteneriat se înscrie într-o tradiție istorică, ea spune, dintre conservatorul care odinioară era conservatorul regal și Casa Regală, care, iată, susține proiecte culturale care sper pe viitor vor avea o importanță majoră pentru dezvoltarea culturală și pentru bunul mers al relațiilor noastre și pentru susținerea studenților și pentru muzica românească. Vă mulțumim foarte mult și mulțumim excelenței sale și mulțumim majestății sale.
Mulțumim. Domnul rector, cred că ceva este foarte prețios și mulțumesc. Domnule director, doamnelor, domnișoarelor, domnilor, E foarte interesant de când cu pandemia asta că suntem în fața unei federații de singurătăți. Fiecare vorbește cu câte un obiect, ba cu microfon, ba cu camera, ba cu... Da, asta e situația, ne descurcam cum putem. Vă mulțumim că ne-ați primit la dumneavoastră acasă.
Noi vă mulțumim și suntem onorați.
Și promitem să vă primim și noi acasă la majestăților. Noi fiind doar, să zicem așa, un modest intermediar care se preocupă, asociația încercând să se preocupe de lucrurile care ne stau la îndemână și anume de salvarea patrimoniului caselor mai mici, nu a celor 3 casele de acolo deocamdată, ci a vilelor care sunt, a mediului viu, a mediului spațiilor verzi. Am aflat cu ocazia asta lucruri absolut excepționale de care, ca arhitect, nu știam. Se poate restaura un spațiu verde. Aduc aminte, domnul profesor, care e și colegul nostru în asociație, domnul Stănică, și care este și prorector la USAMV, umplând parcă îl văd că are o foarte din astea și cu un mic lăstar, încercând să altoiască de pe o plantă pe care o pusese Regina Maria și astfel să salveze, să dea o nouă viață, dar cu acea plantă sădită de acea mână să dea o nouă viață. N-am știut că se poate face ca arhitect. Era cât face să spun că se face restaurare numai la obiecte de la arhitectură și a la obiecte. Iată că și viul se poate restaura. Asta ar fi prima observație. A doua observație este că pe domeniul Peleș și la Peleșul propriu-zis și la Pelișor și nu mă îndoiesc că și la Păișor, muzica a dat locul ei. Știm că există camere de muzică, nu? Deci în Peleș se poate și vizita. Știm că Regina Elisabeta a fost de la început protectoarea lui Ionescu. Cu siguranță va fi cântat acolo și cu siguranță muzica, să zic așa, cum se întâmplă întotdeauna, de data asta vă spun ca arhitect, muzica și arhitectura, în mod foarte straniu, doamna rector, înainte de începerea festivității, a pomenit de caracterul efemer, nu știu cum ați spus, ați folosit în termenul ăsta, cea mai efemeră dintre arte și cea mai greoaie dintre arte au în comun compoziția. Foarte straniu. Am ținut curs de compoziție, am invitat pe cineva la conservator, contrapunct, îmi zis, pe cuvânt, pe asta facem și noi, asta le predăm și noi. Foarte straniu. Știți foarte bine că spațiile de cult, cel puțin cele europene, au fost proiectate ca obiecte de arhitectură, astfel încât muzica gregoriană, astfel încât muzica bizantină să-și găsească amplitudinea și, să spun, acuratețea maximă. Deci nu e ca și când ar fi o noutate dacă dumneavoastră ați venit și ați cânta pe pajiștele pe care le restaurează domnul Stănică, pe terasele, ca celor și în spații pe care odinioară au fost, adică de la bun început au fost destinate muzici și care pot să redevină să aibă această destinație. Noi am semnat, Casa Regală a semnat deja parteneriate și cu SAMV-ul și deja funcționează și cu locul de unde vine o curățare de arhitectură și deja funcționează. Și vorbim să vă alăturați acestui grup de oameni care vrem să ajutăm ca aceste lucruri care ne amintesc despre o Românie care pare din ce în ce mai incredibilă, dar a fost foarte reală, să redevină realitate. Vă mulțumesc!
Și noi vă mulțumim că muzica este o arhitectură sonoră, este un lucru bine știut.
Dar muzica nu e arhitectură lichefiată. Spunea profesorul nostru de estetică.
Da. Dacă este vorba de structuri sonore, acolo o să nu mai gândim. În orice caz, iată că dacă suntem obișnuiți cu spații construite, să încercăm și cu varianta aceasta. Spații amenajate în aer liber.
Exact.
Și eu cred că această îngemânare dintre natură și ceea ce oferă arhitecții o să fie un cadru cât se poate de propice și de frumos pentru arhitectura sonoră. Cred că este foarte important să ne protejăm patrimoniul, care este foarte prețios. Spuneam de efemeritatea patrimoniului sonor, dar care, iată, este susținut prin descoperiri care s-au făcut în cadrul proiectelor noastre. Unul dintre ele sunt documentele care au fost descoperite din diverse secole, ultimul al domnului corect această acțiune care sper că va fi un început, care va duce, să vedem, sper, către lucruri foarte frumoase.
Și dacă îmi dați voie, nu are legătură cu neapărat, dar să nu ne limităm la secolul XIX, pentru că știu, dar altceva vreau să spun. Castelul Pereș, sunt convins că știți, dar e bine să mai repetăm lucrurile pe care le știm. Era foarte avansat pentru vremea asta. Avea lift, avea vacuum cleaner centralizat, avea electricitate pentru lumea Dumnezeu și centrală proprie acolo ce s-a discutat, dacă vreți să vedem că funcționează. Cu domnul Tuc aici de față, ne-am suit pe acoperiș, holul central, funcționează, de se deschidea. Și partea de sus funcționează. Am verificat împreună. Era acoperit. Domnul Ducă mai curajos să suit și până în vârful turnului acolo, la Catargul. Eu m-am oprit și pentru că nu cap. Problemul de secțiunea. Dar ce vreau să spun este că el era în același timp nostalgic, în sensul că aducea aminte rediului de acasă, dar era și proiectat în viitor. Era una dintre cărțile cele mai avangardiste, orice însemna asta la 1870.
Deocamdată suntem doar în secolul 20. Sperăm să continue proiectul, vedem până când.
Păi, și eu vă mulțumesc foarte mult, excelențele voastre, stimată doamnă rector, stimată domnule președinte, stimată domnule vicepreședinte și director al Casei Regale. Așa cum a spus doamna rector, cel puțin proiectul de față deja a debutat cu descoperit de documente muzicale de hotărâri manuscrise și tipărituri de secolul XIX, multe dintre ele dedicate Casei Regale a României și care pot fi urmărite, auzite pe site-ul nostru al Centrului de Cercetare pentru Muzicile secolului al XIX-lea, înregistrate de studenții noștri, inclusiv Ivanovic și alți muzicieni care aparțin armatei regale, se află acolo și putem urmări. Aș încheia acest moment spunând câteva cuvinte celor care participă la acest simpozion și să invit să ne vedem la ora 15 după amiază în continuare la conferința noastră. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here with us. We just signed the agreement, partnership between our institutions, National University of Music Bucharest and Association for the Peleș Royal Patrimony. I'm very sure that is the beginning of a very fruitful, not only friendship, but also great projects ongoing. So, thank you very much, and for the musicologists and those interested in 19th century music, please, I invite you at 3 p.m. Bucharest and Athens time. Thank you so much. Bye.
before starting this session, I would like to say a few words about Professor Walter Z. Feldman, which Professor Feldman, you know, is currently a senior research fellow affiliated with New York University and the artistic director of the Klezmer Institute. Professor Feldman is leading research in both Ottoman, Turkish and Jewish music, and I have to say that his brilliant book, Music of the Ottoman Court Makam Composition and Early Ottoman Instrumental Repertoire, published in Berlin in 1996, yes. Even here in Romania we use it as a tool for research and for study. Hello Vera, welcome.
Finally.
Nice to see you, great. Professor Feldman published a lot, and his recent book, Klezmer, Music, History and Memory, was published by Oxford University Press in 2016. One of his books that is under printing is From Rumi to Whirling Dervishes, Music, Poetry and Mysticism in the Ottoman Empire, and is going to be published by Edinburgh University Press. So Professor, as I already said, Professor Feldman is one of the great scholars in this field of Ottoman and Jewish music, and he's going to present us a conference, like a keynote speaker, about a very important collection by François Rogitsky, Musique Orientale, which was published in 1834 in Iași as a source for interaction of Turkish, Greek, Western and Jewish elements in the creation of urban music in Moldavia. Why it's very important, this composer, even to me, because I remember that he was the first, let's say, general inspector of the military music bands in Moldavia and Wallachia, established in 1930. So, dear professor, you have the floor, even in this online form. So, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Nikolai. I'm new to the format of the Zoom conference, so I'm trying to do my best with this new format. Of course, as he mentioned, last year we were together in Bucharest, and nothing could compare with that. It was just a magnificent meeting of people. I see a couple of faces that I met back then. But we do the best we can. So, you've seen my abstract about this paper, and I'm going to have to start with a rather, as we say, plodding introduction about the nature of the source. And then I hope to make a few musicological conclusions, or at least suggestions, if not fully conclusions. And alas, I cannot say much about the social context of this music, because so far we haven't unearthed very detailed information about it. So, now the collection, as you know, the goal of the discussion is an early 19th century notated collection of Moldavian urban music, and to determine to what degree the repertoire functioned as a coherent whole, to see to what extent parts of the collection can be better elucidated by reference to Turkish musical practices, and to determine its relationship to other repertoires. So this is the general premise here. Pardon me, I'm going to have to read most of this. It makes it even more boring. So this collection was published first in Bucharest by Gheorghe Ciobanu. Let's just say the recent publication history is from Ciobanu in 1978. Then in 1981 it was published by Boris Kotlerov in Chișinău, Republic of Moldova. Parts of it had been published almost a decade earlier in Chișinău by Petru Stoianov in his collection of 500 de melodii de jocuri de Moldova. Now, Professor Kotlerov did not seem to be aware of Ciobanu's publication, and I've learned that between Republic of Moldova and Romania in those years, often there was not that much scientific communication. So, but he wrote quite a good biographical preface about Francis Ruzhitsky. And Kotlarov wrote, "The notebook of Ruzhitsky was the first musical folkloric collection published in Moldova, and for this reason it is of fundamental interest." Kotlarov was not aware of overlaps with the somewhat earlier collection, the Anonymous Moldavos, which had also been published by Professor Ciobanu. And I won't attempt, it's another task to try to compare the Anonymous Moldavos with the Ruzhitsky collection. I won't even try to do that. But the Ruzhitsky collection is contemporary with part of the creative era of Anton Pan in Bucharest. But as we'll see, the relevant musical factors in Iași were only partly comparable to those in Bucharest. Now, by the way, is my voice coming through? You hear me? Yeah, okay, because I can't tell. Now, the contents of Ruzhitsky's book are as follows. There are 21 chanson Moldav, 21 Moldavian songs, 1 Wallachian song. There are 2 air grec. There's 1 instrumental piece called Sonat au Peshrev Turc, which is, of course, an instrumental Peshrev. There is 1 chanson Turc. There are 15 Moldavian and Wallachian dances. Now, the collector, Franz Matvievich Ruzhitsky, was born in 1794 in a village in Volhynia, in northern Ukraine, which by that time was just becoming part of the Russian Empire. In 1830, he was in Iași with the Russian occupation following the Russo-Turkish War of 1828. He was then the Kapellmeister of a brass band in the official Russian service. He was to remain in Iași for some years until moving to Russia, where he published a quadrille employing Moldavian musical themes. While in Iași, he presented this notated collection to General Kiselev, who was the Russian representative to the Moldavian Divan from 1829 until 1834, when this book was published. Now, the book was published by the Moldavian writer Asaki in a very limited edition. Throughout the 19th century, it was known, and it was occasionally referred to by musicologists. By the second half of the 20th century, though, it had become very rare. Boris Kotlarov located a copy among the papers of General Kiselev, located in Leningrad, and he published the book with a short Russian introduction. Through the good agencies of the Moldavian musicologist Diana Bunia in Chisinau, I was able to obtain a photocopy when I was there in 2008. My first of many trips. Now, about the Moldavian urban lautar repertoire. The Ruzhitsky collection affords us a glimpse of an urban lautar, that's to say professional musicians' repertoire, at a moment in the era in which both political and cultural changes were occurring rapidly. Romanian sources mention that at this time the Turkish urban genres were performed in the Danubian cities of Bucharest and Iași. These included the Pestrefuri, Samaile, Bestele, and Taksimuri. In Russian, the Peshrev, the Samai, the Beste, and the improvised Taksim. We will talk briefly about the one securely Ottoman item in the collection. This is Ruzhitsky's number 7, the Sonat au Peshrev Turc, would seem to be an otherwise unknown Peshrev. That's to say, it's I'll talk more about Peshrev. It's the leading instrumental form or genre of Ottoman art music, and also of the meter, of the military music. Now, this Peshrev is in the makam known as Shedaraban, and it's using the rhythmic cycle, which we call in Turkish usul, sakir, which has 48 beats. This is a long usul with very long rhythmic phrases. And it's divided according to the hanes, the section of the Peshrev. It's not clear whether this piece was in the repertoire of a lautar band or whether it was played by a more purely Greek or Turkish ensemble in Iași. Without going into any deeper analysis, the coherence of this Ottoman piece shows that there was still an artistic Ottoman repertoire group in Iași at this date, it would seem. Now, the other body of instrumental music are all dance music. They seem quite close to their original choreographic function, and they do not display any sign of the mixture of giusto and rubato tempo that characterizes much of the lautar instrumental repertoire for listening, ascoltare, in the 20th century. Even the more leisurely style of aristocratic dancing, the hora boyaryaska, does not make its appearance in this collection. This latter development occurred only sometime after the official ending of the Fanariat rule. Caro Mikuli's 42 National Romanian Airs was published only in 1863, a full generation later than the Ruzhitsky collection. What Ruzhitsky presents as dance music seems very much like what Franz Liszt heard on his visit to Iași in 1847, and which he wrote about and was published in Sharoshi's book, Gypsy Music. He attended a performance by the famous Barbu Lautar, Vasile Barbu, who was the head of the Lautar Guild. He was a violinist, a singer, and a kobza player of great fame. Liszt noted, however, the rudimentary nature of the harmonic accompaniment. He contrasted them to the practice of Hungarian gypsies, to whom Western harmony was the lifeblood on which their music was based. Furthermore, whereas the Hungarians could alter the tempi and switch between rubato and giusto styles, the Moldavians played only dance music that was still true to its original function. To Liszt, this bound them to the earth and would not allow their music to fly. No amount of speed or dexterity could make up for this perceived musical lack. So Liszt was not very impressed. Liszt's description further confirms the distance of the urban Moldavian dance music of his period from the later urban Lautar practice. So it's an important document for that. Liszt does not speak, however, of Barbu's songs, and probably their encounter was based only on the instrumental repertoire. He goes on to mention that the Lautari wear the long dress of the boyars with Muslim seriousness, thus tying them into the usual 19th century European description of the tranquil and indolent Oriental. In the famous painting of Barbu Lautaro, we see him wearing the long Turkish entari robe, with a fez-like cap on his head, playing the kobza and singing. So let's turn to the songs, which seem to have been the substance of Barbu's repertoire. The songs in the collection, about half of them are in major or minor scales, with some reference to a modal system. Another 12 of them make clear references to the Turkish makam. Almost all of the songs are labeled andante or andantino, but all the dance music is allegro. This breakdown of items also shows fundamental differences with the later musica lautariasca. Most notable of these differences are, one, the predominance of songs, many of which utilize Turkish makams, and are almost always in tempo andante. Two, the dance music that is close to its origin is peasant dance music. Three, the total absence of rubato melodies of any kind. And four, the presence of a rather coherent Turkish and Greek urban genres. Probably there would have been more of them had Ruzhitsky been interested to record them. That wouldn't have suited his cultural or political purposes. The Moldavian songs would seem to form a coherent style in which we can distinguish a larger group that is quite close to Turkish makam usage, and another in which the usage is treated more freely. And I have more direct, specific notations about each song. Some of the songs, even within the Turkish makams, can be arpeggiated. And I think a good example is the first one, I think, my first example, Nikolai. Yeah, you can see this da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 da. Okay, we don't have to go through the whole piece. Okay, that's enough for this for now. Okay, and I have to forgive me that I have no recordings. I've known these pieces for many years, actually, since they were first published by Stoyanov. And I used to play them on the cymbalum. Occasionally I give them to violinists to play, but we never recorded them. But they're very much in my memory. Now, as we can see, there is a preference for makams based on the augmented second interval, sometimes, as here, connected with major, other times with minor. Most popular makams include Shadaraban, Susnak, Nikri, Shakhnaz, and Karjar, of which I will only speak now about Karjar in this talk. We have no way of knowing to what extent the Lautar musicians preserved the Turkish intonation, because they're only writing in the Western sharps and flats, which indeed is what they did in Istanbul at that time, with Western notation. Let's just say rhythmically, all of the songs are composed either in 4/4 or rhythmist 4/4 or 2/4. Other than the Peshev, there's no suggestion of long usul structures. We're going to talk about number 25, song number 25, which has the rhythmic basis of the Greek dance sirto, or balos, which is ram, tadam, tam, tam, tadam, tam. We're not there yet. No. Sorry. We'll get there soon.
Is it on the same,
now,
the same musical example?
This kind of rhythm appears both in Moldavian urban music and in Jewish klezmer, professional klezmer music, we'll talk about. However, no Turkish vocal forms appear. There's no miyan modulating section, which is found in the Ottoman vocal forms. There's no terenum, there's no wordless refrain. So none of the songs can be regarded as a contrafact or adaptation of any form of Turkish music. They also do not seem to be connected with any form of Romanian music. And they are stylistically further from Greek or Turkish usage than the songs of Anton Pan, who are more or less the same generation. Now, although all of the Moldavian songs were given texts, they appear to display an instrumental substratum that has been transformed into the needs of vocal music. So they're songs, but they don't really function as songs. Among their closest stylistic kin, I would claim, are melodies coming from the non-dance or marginally dance repertoires of the Jewish klezmer tradition. This points also to a major difference between the musical situation of Iași and Bucharest. In Iași, in Bucharest, let's say, the Jewish element was not significant in the musical life at that time, whereas in Iași, as I'll show, it already was through the 18th century. Now, key words here, I should mention the word klezmer that we've keep talking about, which is the Yiddish word for a Jewish professional musician. This was a guild which began in Prague, in Renaissance Prague in the 16th century, adopted the term klezmer, which was not used by other Jewish communities before. And this word continued with the same meaning for the next 4 centuries, everywhere in Eastern Europe where Yiddish-speaking Jews lived, up until the 20th century. The plural is klezmur. This is the Yiddish plural of the word klezmer. And again, it was a guild, which it was indeed very difficult to get into this guild. Like usually you had to be born into it or to marry into it. And there were very large social differentiation between the upper class of this klezmer guild and the lower class of the klezmer guild. So, this, as we'll see, this was a unified musical tradition, not closely connected to any local non-Jewish musical tradition, very much similar genres and musical styles all the way from the north in Lithuania to the south in Moldova. Many hundreds of miles. Now, so outside of the borders of Moldova, these klezmer melodies include pieces from the same period as Ruzitsky. They also have melodies that are 1 or 2 generations older. And then, jumping up a century, we have recordings from the early 20th century and up until the last klezmer violinist from Iași, Avram Bugic, who was recorded in the 1960s. So the relevant manuscripts for us include the manuscript of the well-known cantor Hirsch Weintraub, who was from Dubno in Volhynia, which is, by the way, the same region where Ruzitsky was born. He ended up as a reformed cantor in Königsberg. He went as far as Vienna, but as far as we know, he never came anywhere near Moldova. And we'll talk about one piece from his manuscript, which dates from the 1820s and 30s, so contemporary with Ruzitsky. He was a very good amateur violinist. And he wrote also, among other things, he wrote his own klezmer tunes, which he called Nigunto, which means little instrumental melody. Then, a generation or more earlier, there's the manuscript of the Bavarian and Berlin cantor Aaron Beer, apparently also a violinist, dating from the period from the 1760s until 1791, and then much later examples. Now, as our first example, we'll take a look at Ruzitsky's number 25, the Chanson Moldave, So let's take a look if we can find. I have something with 2 lines with Ruzhitsky. No, that's not this. Try the next. Wait a second, sorry. Ruzhitsky 25. Yes, please go back. Yes, this is, that's it, correct. Sorry, Nicola, that's right. So we have a melody in the Sirto kind of rhythm. Da 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 Now, and this rhythmic pattern, by the way, in klezmer music was called Terkische Dobrzen, or sometimes called der Frank, the Frank meaning the Sephardic Jew. And if we go to an earlier piece, if we can find Beer's number 404, which is a separate PDF, which is called what? Let's just take a look. Yeah, see what we find. No, it's a separate, sorry. It's another one called 404. Try the next one, sorry, yeah. Yes, exactly. This was published by Edelson, and it comes from, again, the later 18th century manuscript from Berlin, with a slightly different ostinato. So we can see da 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 dee da 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 dum da 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 dum dee da 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 dee da 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 dum da 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 dee da 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 da, and has a very beautiful continuation, which I won't sing here, but you can see it. Now, created in 2 sections, each one 4 units, quarter notes. It's based on the Makam Hijaz, the augmented second, and it resolves itself as minor. Within a rather limited expanse, it shows considerable ingenuity and blends Turkish and Ashkenazic musical features. However, it's important for us to take this piece in the context of the large manuscript, which has more than 400 items in it. Beer was apparently a violinist, in addition to being a cantor, and he was the chief cantor of the old synagogue in Berlin. There's a lot of dance music in the repertoire, and instrumental music in his manuscript, coming both from the west and from the east. So alongside many pieces in the style galant, he has about a dozen melodies in long rhythmic cycles, which appear to use Turkish makams. They have hanes, separate sections, and teslim, ritornellos. There's one that I talk about in my book, which seems to be in Makam Bayati and the Usul Devi Kabir. So, in other words, this is a version of the Ottoman Peshwa. This was, as we mentioned, the leading genre of the Ottoman military band. So, we can see this has a very large resonance within the klezmer music. How are we doing with time? Nope. Returning to Ruzhitsky, let's go back to the Ruzhitsky melody where we have the 2 the very first one that we had with 2 pieces. No, the first one with Ruzhitsky.
Oh, Ruzhitsky, okay, sorry.
Yeah, Ruzhitsky, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Yes. Yeah, this one?
Yeah. No, sorry. No, the next Ruzhitsky, which is number 25.
25, okay, I'm looking.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not labeling things too well.
Oh, it's okay, there's no problem. I think this is the piece.
No, that's the same one, the R&B.
Okay.
It's the one that has two pieces, one from Brzezinski and one from Weintraub on it. Sorry to take your time.
No, it's okay. Sorry for. Good. I think I found it. Is this?
Yes. Yeah. So we start with Brzezinski. Now, this is would be described as a chromatic mode with two tonal centers. So our Moldavian colleague Kiselica published an article in 2007 about this modality as modul chromatic mix bicentrat. In Ottoman music, this would be termed karajar. So this is a tetrachord in minor, followed by an augmented second on the fourth degree of the scale. So in this case, the finalis is E, and we see karajar on the fourth. Hijaz on the fourth. And then it's going to resolve itself into minor. Now, this in Turkish culture, karjar was considered a very secular makam. It was not part of folklore. It was most common in urban dance music, especially of the Greek or gypsy professional style. So this piece seems to be one of the least westernized. This is only half of the piece, but it's one of the least westernized in Brzezinski. There's a striking parallel to this by another klezmer item, this time by Hirsch-Weintraub, who I mentioned. So if you go down, scroll down to the bottom of this, yeah, this is just the end of the Weintraub piece. So it's starting with da da dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da da in minor. And then we have da 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 dee da 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 da. There we go. Further down, yeah, that's right. That's it. Yeah. So da section 3 da 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 dee da 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 da. A little further down, da da dee. Further down the page. Can we go further down? Yes. Da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 da. At the end, 4. Da dee da 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 dum da 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 dee 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 da da dee da dum. Okay, good, thank you. So we can see that Weintraub and Brzezinski have the same principle of modulation in this makam, from the augmented second on the fourth down to the minor on the finalis. It's very striking because Volyn is not very close to Moldova. It's almost in Belarus. So we have to have another explanation for why this may be. And this is my theory here. Okay. This was actually part of my recent fellowship at Oxford about Ottoman musical sources as the antecedents for the Ottoman stock within the klezmer musical fusion. And the point I'd want to make here is that in my study of the klezmer repertoire, there were basically 4 stocks, 4 sources for the nature of the melodies in this whole repertoire, whether for dance music or wedding music or ritual music. One is coming from Renaissance dance music of Western Europe. The second is coming from Baroque music from Western and Central Europe. The third is coming from Ashkenazic liturgical modality. And the fourth is coming from Ottoman music of some kind. Right? And this doesn't mean that, it means that in fact in the same melody, you can have one section which is coming from one cultural origin and another coming from another, and they mix in very, very artistic and unexpected ways. And this was the same whether you were talking about the repertoire in Lithuania, or in Ukraine, or in Galicia, or in Moldova. because there basically was one culture speaking one language. Now, during the 18th century, Polish and Bohemian klezmorim went as far west as the fairs in Dresden and Leipzig. We know the klezmorim were coming in from Poland and Bohemia to there. There's also some evidence that the klezmorim played some form of Turkish music, probably meterhane, for the aristocracy. There's a document of the appearance of a klezmer band from the Prague ghetto performing what was described as Turkish music for the Emperor Leopold II in 1791. And over a century earlier, in 1673, we learned from an aristocratic entertainment in Warsaw, there were groups of Jewish, Karaite, Gypsy, and Turkish dancers performing for the Polish aristocracy. Now, I have a section here which I won't belabor. This may have something to do with the Sarmatian theory. Who knows about the Sarmatian theory, by the way? Anybody? This is between the 16th and the 18th century, the Polish aristocracy concocted a theory that they were descended from the Alanic Iranian nomadic invaders from Central Asia, whereas the Polish peasants were local Slavs. So they were different races. And the Polish aristocracy, the Szlachta, made a point of dressing a bit like Krim Tatars, like Crimean Tatars, and imitating some of Ottoman and Crimean Tatar costume and general culture. And to what extent this included music, we don't know, but I have a hunch that they may have also wanted to identify to that degree also. There was a Professor Koladziejczyk in Warsaw who works about these Polish-Ottoman connections, which in the 18th century were very close. People were crossing the border, especially from Poland, Lithuania, into the Ottoman territories readily and quickly and often. So the klezmorim may have had a role in this creation for the Polish aristocracy. Now, the klezmorim have been instrumentalists from the beginning, mainly violinists and cymbalists, cymbal players. Once the Ashkenazi klezmorim settled in Ottoman-ruled Moldova during the first half of the 18th century, they became a major part of secular musical life, society in general. Thus, by the 1740s, the cymbalist Solomon Cymbalaru, Shlomo der Cymblar in Yiddish, was a court musician for the Fanariat Voivod Mavrokordat in Yash. The next generation, we see the cymbalist for Barbu Lautaro was Itzik Tsambalju. And it's also not an accident these were cymbalists, because it would appear we have records of the klezmer ensemble since the early 17th century in Galicia was based on violin and cymbal. These were the two instruments. And it seems that the klezmorim spread this combination from Hungary to Moldova quite early. Now, on a less exalted social level, the historian Itzik Schwarz in Yash showed the regular trips to Istanbul by mixed groups of klezmer and Moldavian musicians, beginning in the early 19th century, because he found the letters sent from Istanbul to Yash in the synagogue of the Yash klezmorim. And he published those in the 1970s. And we have, as we say serendipitously, a description of these musicians in Istanbul from the 1830s, written by Julie Pardoe, the British travel writer, in 1839, in The Beauties of the Bosphorus. She describes the performance at the Anatolian sweet waters of Asia, near Anadolu Hisara. She writes, "All ranks alike frequent the sweet and balmy spot. Wallachian and Jewish musicians are common. But these Oriental troubadours are not without their rivals in the admiration of the veiled beauties who surround them. Conjurers, improvisatori, storytellers, and Bulgarian dancers are there also, to seduce away a portion of their audience. They are, however, the most popular, and a musician whose talent is known and acknowledged seldom fails to spend a very profitable day at the Asian sweet waters." This is from 1839, very close to Herbazhinsky. So my conclusion, if I have time for a conclusion, maybe 2 minutes, yeah? No, in Professor Kotliarov's presentation, Francois Herbazhinsky's primary cultural significance was in acquainting Russian audience with aspects of Moldavian music. And in part, he was part of a westernizing trend that also spread Russian musical practices in Moldova. He notes his title Ruzhitsky's title, Musique Orientale, demonstrates the attitude, widespread then, at the time, toward Moldova as an oriental and exotic country. This Russian association of Moldova as a general part of the Orient continued well into the 20th century. Ruzhitsky never mentions what his sources were. It's likely that he used some of the best musicians available in Nash at the time. And as I mentioned, some things probably were taken from the Ananeans Moldavas. Following over 100 years of Phanariot rule, during which the principalities were economically and culturally closer to Istanbul, now the aristocracy and the mercantile classes were beginning to see themselves as belonging to Europe, as we know. But this material suggests certain conclusions that are a bit more specific than the general Westernization. These examples of social history, together with a few surviving musical manuscripts, would seem to show a confluence of urban music making in which Moldavian, Greek, and Ashkenazic Jewish musicians had teamed forces to create new combinations of vocal music with an instrumental substratum, utilizing both Ottoman makams and Western ideas of arpeggiation and harmony. Ashkenazi Klezurim and Chazonim, all through Eastern and even parts of Central Europe, had several generations of experience with the creation of such an East-West musical combination. Once they immigrated in significant numbers into Moldavian cities, evidently they were able to collaborate with both local and Greek musicians to develop a new urban style. As is well known, the eventual independence of the Kingdom of Romania led to a novel emphasis on the development of the native Romanian musical elements. Within the next generations, in these territories, this would lead to new forms of musica lătorească, in which neither the Greek nor the Jewish musical input would be so dominant. East of the Prut, in Russian Bessarabia, the Jewish, and to a lesser extent also the Greek, musical practices would remain significant up until after the Second World War. Yet the early 19th century, in which both the Anonymous Moldavos and the Ruzhitsky collection were created, represented a unique moment in which all of these musical strands from East and West could be woven together harmoniously. And so I end it here.
Thank you so much. Great. Well, it's so pity that there is no possibility to applaud you. Dear Walter, thank you so much for your very rich and, it's an entire, world with interculturality and a real journey, musical journey from Central and Eastern Europe to Asia and back, mixing with Ottoman musics, Jewish musical practices, probably some local, but it's quite difficult to say if they are Romanian or not in this in this context. I'm very sure there are a lot of questions or commentaries. Please, Professor Vasile Chiseliță. Professor, please.
Vă rog.
Eu îmi cer scuze, eu nu pot vorbi engleză.
Da.
Dacă puteți să traduceți.
Well, I will try to do that.
Yes.
Professor Feldman knows very well Romanian language, so okay, but I will try anyway to...
Not everybody does, yeah.
Yeah, okay, please.
Vreau să vă mulțumesc că m-ați invitat să particip, să audiez acest simpozion, un simpozion extraordinar de interesant și pentru faptul că domnul profesor Walter Josef Feldman se aprofundează în studierea muzicii noastre românești cu influențe evreiești.
Personal, just to translate it, thank you very much, dear Professor Feldman, first of all, thank you very much for being here with you at this conference at the Professor Vasile. And on the other hand, thank you very much to Professor Walter Z. Feldman for for researching this area of Romanian music with some Jewish roots and
Și
influences.
totodată vreau să îl mulțumesc că m-a citat cu un articol pe care l-am scris despre un mod care l-am numit modul mixt, cromatic mix bicentral. Adică acel mod care are două fundamentale, pe prima și pe a treia. Și, într-adevăr, acest mod, el încă trebuie conceptualizat și popularizat, fiindcă eu l-am numit, l-am fixat, dar deocamdată încă nu este promovat. Și vreau să-i mulțumesc domnului profesor că l-a citat.
Well, also thank you very much for mentioning my article about this very mixed chromatic mode. Am I right, Walter? Bicentrat, bicenter.
Modul cromatic mixt, bicentrat.
Yeah, okay, and thank you also because you propose this type of theoretizing this mode. Okay. Yeah. Da.
Acest mod se compune din două tetracorduri unite. Primul este un tetracord de tip dorian, iar al doilea este cromatic. Și prin conexiunea acestor două tetracorduri, după principiul oriental, se formează acest mod.
Okay, this mode is linked in two different tetrachords. The first one is a kind of Dorian tetrachord, the second one, the chromatic one. The chromatic one, yeah.
Well, I think that the examples show this, actually. This is what's in Ruzhitsky and in Weintraub, these melodies.
Da, exact. Asta spunea că exemplele pe care profesorul Walter le-a prezentat ne arată foarte clar aceste structuri pe care ați menționat dumneavoastră.
Vă mulțumesc.
Thank you very much.
Și felicitări.
Congratulations. Questions, please?
I would have a question. I remember, to my knowledge, but I'm not exactly sure where the information comes from. I thought this François Rushitsky came from Vienna as Franz Ruziczka. Is it not the case? No, you said he was born on Ukraine's territory.
Ukraine, yeah, we have.
I'm sorry to add, but there were quite a lot of Ruziczkas or Ruziczkis in Vienna, not just our. And there were at least three in the countries in Oltenia, one in Moldavia and one in Transylvania, but they weren't related.
No.
In the same period. So it is a common name.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm relying on Professor Kotlerov's research in this. Yeah.
Walter, may I have a question, please? You mentioned about this guild of Jewish musicians. So did they play actually exclusively Jewish music, but also the entire repertoire of the region? I mean, not only Jewish, but also popular or local music, Moldavian or...
Again, it depended on the social class of the klezmer. And in the article I published in Ethnomusicology back in 1994, which is about the Bulgariaska dance, the Bulgarish, which I know Professor Kiselitsa read long ago, and also our colleague Speranza Radulescu cited it. I divide the klezmer repertoire into four basic repertoires. Not I'm talking before about the stocks, but there are also four repertoires. So there's a repertoire played only for Jews, created by Jews, for Jews, with Jewish genres, which were only used by Jews, which I call the core repertoire. Then there was a co-territorial repertoire, to say local music, which was played for the lower classes. And generally, from my interviews with the few remaining old klezmorim, who are all now gone, only the less successful klezmorim would play for them. But they knew this repertoire. Of course, they played it for them, for the peasantry. The more successful klezmorim played for the aristocracy. And so they played a cosmopolitan repertoire, whatever that was popular at the time, whether it was waltzes or mazurkas or and so forth. And Professor Kiselica has a wonderful article about one of the more successful klezmorim in Moldova, the Lemish family. And his manuscript, we see this cosmopolitan repertoire. Now, what's interesting, that only in the Moldavian area, there was a repertoire that I called the transitional repertoire, which was Jewish versions of Moldavian dances. And this became very fashionable in many parts of Eastern Europe among Jews, not among non-Jews. My article from 1994 is about this transitional repertoire, which became very popular in America among the Jewish immigrants. But it was only based on Moldavian music. You didn't have things like that coming from Polish music or Ukrainian music or Lithuanian music, no. And my article that I published this summer, by the way, the Revista de Ethnografia y Folklore, I discussed briefly about the social conditions in Ottoman Moldova in the 18th century, in which you had the Jewish and Gypsy and Greek musicians playing together and creating new repertoire. And Professor Kiselica has written for some time about the Moldavian adaptation of the Jewish dances, which I would call is the corresponding Moldavian transitional repertoire, based on the klezmer dances. But this was, again, a unique situation that developed, first of all, in Ottoman Moldova, and then continued into Russian Moldova and Romanian Moldova. Those social conditions did not exist in Poland or in Lithuania or in Ukraine. So that this kind of repertoire didn't happen, and it's quite exceptional. And of course, there was this connection with Istanbul because of the Greeks. And remember, Moldova and Wallachia were sort of a colony at that time of the Greeks from Istanbul. And I should mention autobiographically that I grew up also with Greek musicians, some of them from Istanbul. And this Jewish klezmer music was very popular among Greeks. My first cymbal teacher, Pavlo Liberis, was a Greek cymbal player. He played klezmer music for Greeks. He never played for Jews. And indeed, some of the klezmer recordings of my teacher, Dave Taras, the very famous clarinetist, were issued in two versions, a Jewish version written in Yiddish and a Greek version written in Greek. Because his producer in the 1940s was a Greek from Istanbul. And he knew that the Greeks in America would be interested in this music. So he actually published it with Taras's name, but written in Greek characters. So this is, again, a very interesting history that's been largely forgotten. So anyway, that's a long answer to a short question about the repertoire.
Thank you very much. So, hi Ganush, please.
Please.
Just short, thank you for your contribution. Just to mention the Mikuli collection, I think there was something I didn't understand very well. Did you say that it was published in 1860 or so?
I'm sorry, which collection?
Sure,
what collection?
Mikuli.
Oh, Mikuli. Yeah, as far as the references I have, it's for the 1860s. Am I wrong? I could be.
I think it was earlier.
Earlier.
I know it's the second in the row, chronologically. But anyway, it's a quite important collection from musicals.
Oh, of course. But from what I've seen, it seems to represent a next stage of development.
Right. And it's definitely more, towards Chopin and French music.
Well, he was Chopin's protege student, sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. So, well, questions, please.
Thank you very much for your report. I have no camera, sorry.
Evgenia, okay.
I'm from St. Petersburg. Hello. I have a question. Do you mean that Havaraba and Freygish and Hijaz is the same modes, is the same Stegers?
Well, yes and no. I mean, there's a question of scale, and there's an issue of seir, of melodic progression. Right? And in fact, so I mean, again, the melodic progression has certain peculiarities in Hijaz which we wouldn't have in Freygish or in Havarobo. Well, Havarobo in any case is more like Nikris. No, that's Misha Berberg. No, Havarobo is the Freygish Hijaz style, but there's never been a very detailed comparison of the melodic progressions. And also in Ashkenazic music, there is something vaguely like the bicentral, two-centered modality of minor with augmented second. It also exists in Ashkenazic music in liturgical forms. But I wouldn't even, there's never been any serious research about comparing Karjar on the one hand and the Ashkenazic uses on the other. Also, Karjar is, as I mentioned, it's not considered to be a high prestige mode in Turkish music. It's considered a makam that was associated with gypsies and dancing boys. And in fact, there was a Mevlevi musician, a whirling dervish musician in early 20th century who composed a Mevlevi ceremony in that makam. And the head of the order in Konya criticized him. He says, you know, we don't need dancing boys in the Mevlevi ceremony. You see, this makam did not have an association as something mystical or even courtly, but as rather a more popular kind of modality. So the social context of this is very different from anything in Ashkenazic music, surely. But there's a lot more research that would need to be done.
So could they be some sort of homonym, homonyms?
What is that? I'm sorry.
Could they be a sort of homonym? They the same scales, but different mean different melodies, different.
Well, actually, I'm talking about two different modes. There's the Hijaz mode on the one hand, which we're comparing to Freygish and Havarobo, and there's Karjar on the other, which is the makam that's using a minor plus a Hijaz transposed to the fourth, right? So these are two rather different things. As far as the general Hijaz Freygish, this is very widespread. I mean, we have this in the Syriac chant of the Nestorians, we have this in Byzantine chant, we have this in flamenco, it's in North Indian music. So this is another question altogether. You know, it's not only linking Ashkenazic Jews with Turks, right? It's a very big part of humanity uses scales like this. But if you look at the construction of melodies, I'm sure you'll find that the melodic progressions in those musics are quite different. That's to say, where do you begin? Where do you go? Where can you modulate? Can you modulate? Is modulation permitted or not within that musical culture? So these are big questions and big differences. I think that's the best answer I can give.
Well, thank you. There is another question by Feras Armini.
Feras.
Feras.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for the invitation. I would like to ask you about the Nikriz Makam, minor with augmented force, or which is called Ukrainian Dorian.
Yes.
This mode is used in klezmer and even in Dorian, in Doinan music, in Romanian music, even Nikriz Makam in Ottoman music. Can I say that it influenced in klezmer music and Romanian Doina from Ottoman Makam music, or maybe it's a mutual influence between them all? I mean that always I have this question. The Ottoman music had influenced this mode from klezmer or from Balkanic area, I don't know.
It's a good question, actually, because if you do an analysis of where this, I think I have a footnote about this in my Bulgar article from ages ago, that it's a very specific distribution of this modality. You find it in Anatolia along the Aegean coast, very, very common. And in very many parts of the Balkans, it exists. Beregovsky, by the way, talks about it in the introduction to his, by the way, Beregovsky is the great Soviet Jewish scholar who studied various forms of Jewish music. And he has an analysis of differences in modality between Hasidic, mystical music of the Jews, and klezmer music. And he notes that this modality you're referring to, this Nikriz, is much more common in the klezmer music and not in the Hasidic music. It didn't have the same status, that it was in a sense more secular, which perhaps tells us something. But again, these are big questions, and one has to make analyses of concrete repertoires and see what appears. Actually, Beregovsky did that, for example, and he gives you percentages with his collections of klezmer music and his collection of Hasidic music, which modes appear and in what percentage they appear. So you can, it's not that something is totally alien, but that in one genre or one repertoire, it may be 60%, and another repertoire, it may be 20%. So that makes a difference.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you, Feroz. Yeah, good question.
Thank you. I'm looking for questions. Okay. If there is no question, dear Walter, thank you very much for your paper, for your great talk. So we have a break until 4:30. You have a short time for bringing coffee and for chatting. Sorry, there is another question by Ralph. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ralph.
No, I actually did not had anything to ask. It was just signaling, Walter, that I'm of your opinion by using this.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. I'm
Thank you,
going to
Ralph.
prepare a coffee for you right now.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, and see you in 30 minutes. Bye.
Yes, okay.
Bye.
See you
Thank
soon.
you. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Nice to see you.
Thanks.
Bucharest.
last speakers, because the last speakers in this afternoon is going to be Bennett. But before that, Bennett, I'm giving you the opportunity to present the next speakers, if you don't mind. Sorry, I miss you.
Not at all. It's absolutely wonderful to be involved in this conference, and I just wanted to say how wonderful it is. It's what an assemblage of people and scholars, academics, and topics. So thank you so much for everything that you've done, and also for letting me contribute so much to the experience of the conference.
Right, because tomorrow in the morning you'll be also moderate.
Yeah. I mean, some might call it exploitation, but I call it friendship.
I'm going to pay very heavy with some good wine for your next travel to Bucharest. Okay.
I'm holding you to that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, well, listen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our second full session. And our first speaker is Hajganis Preda-Schneck. She is an independent musicologist. She completed her PhD at the National University of Music, Bucharest, in 2002. She's been funded by the Austrian scientific community, the Federal Ministry of Science and Research in Austria, and the city of Vienna. Amongst her many publications is the book Form and Melody Between Classicism and Romanticism, published in 2003, and Music in 19th Century Romania, which is a project very dear to my heart. It is the special issue number 3 of the 19th Century Music Review, published by Cambridge University Press in 2017, and I am the general editor of that journal. So it is a very great pleasure to be able to introduce Hajganis. She is currently working on a research project called Remaining Before in Editing circa 1850, which is funded by the city of Vienna in its cultural section. So Hajganis, it's lovely to see you again. Thank you very much and welcome.
Wonderful, thank you. I didn't check the sound before, so I'm not sure that you can hear me properly. Can you?
It's a little bit scratchy.
Yeah.
Scratchy.
It's just slightly scratchy and intermittent.
Okay.
If you can make it louder and less scratchy, that would be good.
Or a little bit closer to the microphone.
To come closer, okay. So I will do my best. Okay, so unfortunately I have no possibility to change something, but okay, I will come closer. Hopefully you can hear me. And secondly, I would like also to see if you can see my PowerPoint. Okay, so just let's try.
Hajganis, if you can move even more close. Actually, Hajganis, if you move closer to the microphone and turn off your video and move closer to the microphone, that might make a difference. We won't see your beautiful face, but we'll have to.
Okay.
That's better.
Okay.
That's
so
better.
It's better?
That's better sound, but
wonderful. And can you see now my slide?
no.
No. Okay. Because
Okay.
I tried to switch on the PowerPoint. Normally, actually, let's see.
Dei multiplu.
Can I do? I think I have to change something on.
Yes.
Yes, Mark. Can you help somehow?
Try again, please, dear Hajganis. Try again.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it better now? Can you see?
Yay!
Yeah, it works. Thank you.
It works. Perfect. Okay. Good. Let's see. Good. First of all, thank you to the person. I'm sorry that I cannot remember the name. A professor from Moldavia who mentioned the year of Mikuli's publication. I also checked in the meantime. This is wonderful that we can do this at home. So it was 1854 in Lemberg, right? And it should be the third latest, let's say, or the third one in chronological order after Rushitsky's and Flechtermacher's, right? The second one by Flechtermacher, 1846. Okay, so my paper is about salon music from Wallachia, and well, I will read down my text and hopefully can hear good what I have prepared for today. Starting with the first slide, so the focus is on Romania's southern region, Wallachia. I brought a map just for those who are not that good acquainted with Romania's geography. So Wallachia, it's the southern region of Romania, and it's crossed by the river Olt. The river divides it into two parts, Muntenia or Greater Wallachia on the east, and Oltenia or Lesser Wallachia on the west. Following the union with Moldavia, its capital Bucharest became the capital of the new state called Romania in 1862, which Carol I of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen proclaimed a kingdom in 1881. After 1878, the north part of Dobroja, between the Danube and the Black Sea, was added to southern Romania. Here are the key aspects of my paper. First, I will outline the historic background of the Wallachian classical light music in 19th century. Then I will present some of its typical features and genres. And last, I will briefly introduce some pieces selected in the anthology of salon music in the Balkans to be published in Bucharest. My focus is on the second half of the 19th century, when salon music crystallized in Europe as a genre, and the repertoire also covered the promenade concert. As I will show, salon repertoire was of importance in Wallachia not only quantity-wise, but occasionally also quality-wise. By its representativity, the anthology allows a glimpse into local history. At the beginning of the century, fanfares of the Western European type replaced the Turkish orchestras in the courts of Wallachian princes. Conductors busy with putting together a new repertoire, often with a national imprint and folk-inspired, would present such fanfares on both festive, military, and civil occasions, balls, for example. Protagonists of musical evenings at court, they would also perform in public concerts or theater shows. Kapellmeisters would write orchestral music, which they would then recycle as arrangements for piano, guitar, flute, or other instruments, mostly destined for amateur use. Local salon music was thus born, and we are acquainted with its early period, the first half of the 19th century, through manuscripts and printed notes for amateur pianists. If European music carved out a way for itself in Bucharest society, at first via private teachers and opera companies, with private salons acting as the privileged concert environment, after 1860, it became a leisure pursuit accessible to a wider public. Music shops appeared, music publishers proliferated. Like in many European cities, salon pieces were reproduced in brochures with attractive, sometimes polychrome covers, and sold at accessible prices, often in partnership with foreign publishers, such as Oskar Brandstätter, Friedrich Garbrecht, Karl Röder, all from Leipzig. Of course, salon repertoire, on which publishers focused, must be understood as subjacent and by no means as a substitute for the symphonic and chamber concerts concurrently proposed by the Philharmonic Society. Efforts in the field of highbrow music picked with the building of the Romanian Athenaeum, magnificent concert hall and symbol of the modern state's capital. Compared with the previous period, Bucharest musical life was now more intense, and theaters would tour larger cities, such as Craiova, Oltenia's most important urban center, or Constanța, Dobroja's cosmopolitan seaport. The flourishing bourgeoisie had made the piano a frequent accessory, not only in the capital's more elegant neighborhoods, but in the smaller towns as well, where a music-loving public would learn modern dances and romances and would take pleasure in attending revues and comedies, open-air concerts, and musical picnics. On the other hand, spas and holiday resorts attracted not only aristocrats, but also the growing middle class and petty bourgeoisie. Urban dwellers would flock to spas during the summer, others would travel to exclusive resorts such as Karlovy Vary, Nice, Biarritz, or the Croatian seaport of Fiume, today Rijeka, on their way to Italy. Society columnists updated their readers on the lives of notables, as did, for instance, L'Independence Roumanie. I quote, "Prince Bibescu will leave Bucharest at the beginning of the following week to join his wife and children at the baths of Marienbad. The prince and princess will remain there for the entire summer holiday season, after which they will go to the baths of Ems, then in the Netherlands, and then they will return to Breaza, where they will stay for the fall." At home or on holiday, light classical music was a must. For example, in the salon of the above-mentioned Prince George Bibescu and his wife, Countess Marie Valentin de Caraman-Chimay. I quote again, "Balls were organized there each season. During the winter of 1880-1881, for instance, there were 3 dancing soirees. It happened again in 1881, and again year after year for a long time." There were famous salon hostesses in Bucharest as early as the first half of the century. Cleopatra Trubetskoy, née Ghica, in whose house Franz Liszt performed in the winter of 1846-1847, or Alexandrina Ghica, née Mavros, a pianist herself, to whom Johann Andreas Bachmann dedicated 2 of his piano collections of Wallachian melodies, published in Vienna. Contemporary sources, newspapers, memoirs, and letters often mention such Wallachian blue-blooded aristocrats and many others from the intellectual and political bourgeoisie as hosts of musical social events. But the number of musical salons grew considerably after Elizabeth of Wied, future first Queen of Romania, came to the country in 1869. Known under the nom de plume of Carmen Silva, Queen Elizabeth ran musical matinees twice a week from 1885. At the Palace Castle in Sinaia, inaugurated in 1883, chamber, instrumental and vocal music concerts took place in the music room, equipped with a small podium and instruments, piano, organ and harp. Illustrious performers such as Eugène Isaïe, Jacques Thibault, Raoul Pugno, or George Enescu occasionally participated. The Queen thus created a model followed by many families of Bucharest elite. The custom of making music, playing for oneself or for guests, thus propagated from the top of the social hierarchy to more popular urban classes. But if the royal court and educated milieus preferred the consecrated chamber music, Bach, Beethoven, Schubert, etc., the middle class favored the sentimental and dance music. International models drove the repertorial and, not least, economic circuit of Wallachian salon music. One such model, more obvious, was that of Viennese Kapellmeisters, famous for their successful valorization of the waltz and for having adapted popular melodies into the ball repertoire. The fact that many conductors active in Romanian cities came from the Habsburg Empire, German native speakers, Czechs or Slovaks, leads to an analogy with the Strauss dynasty's entrepreneurial model. National school aesthetics was also an influence, as was fin de siècle Paris. In Bucharest, salon music was the cosmopolitan genre par excellence, open to all models, at the galloping pace of cultural modernization and commercialization. I'm going to shift now to the pieces selected for the anthology of Balkan salon music. The first work I chose was the absolute smash hit of Romanian salon and promenade music, the waltz Valurile Dunării, Waves of the Danube, by Ioan Iosif Ivanovic. During the composer's lifetime, the beloved piece, a triumph and a symbol of the Lower Danube Belle Epoque period, was printed by over 20 publishing houses, Romanian and foreign. It still is so popular that it is regarded as a musical object of Romanian self-identification. As one of the most famous waltzes, Valurile Dunării inspired various arrangements over time, entered film music, was reprinted in anthologies, albums, collections, etc. Successfully promoted by local musicians, waltz was in Wallachia the result of a cultural transfer, an imported genre adapted to the particularities of the regional taste. With Queen Elizabeth holding musical reunions at Sinaia, musicians such as Anton Kratochvil II, one of the directors of military music of King Carol I, would write music with motifs taken from the local imagery. The palace waltz included in the anthology is quite illustrative. With an attractive title and sparkling melodies, it was suitable for private, coffee house and summer garden concerts, both open to new ideas and proclaiming the love for national values, as such appealing to everyone. From the Universal Exhibition of 1889, a musical document instructive as to the taste of the middle class reached us. Souvenir de l'Exposition universelle de Paris, 1889, romance roumain avec paroles françaises. From this I extracted the romance Doi ochi, Two Eyes by Grigore Ventura. Doi ochi has that characteristic emotionality of most romanticized ballads, pained by inconsolable sighs of love. Set in a parodic key, theaters exploited romances in comedies. As bridges between the white world and the infra-world of the suburbs, such romances allegedly inspired Ion Luca Caragiale to write the love letter of a small-town dandy to his lover in the play A Stormy Night. I quote, "Oh, serene angel, as soon as I first saw you, I lost my reason. I love you more than life. Je vous aime et je vous adore. Que prétendez-vous encore? My heart beats with rapture," etc. The Wallachian romance was a modern creation under the influence of French chanson, Russian melodies, and Italian opera arias. They actually derived from the traditional worldly songs performed by professional singers at parties and accompanied by lautari, mixing elements of folklore and oriental music from the boyar courts of the 18th century Wallachia. In the anthology of Balkan salon music, works by Andrei Ferlendis and Ludwig Anton Wiest highlight songs taken from the urban folklore of Bucharest, as well as from Muntenia and Oltenia. These melodies were not only characteristic, but truly loved by one and all, that is, by a public of more or less all ages and social class. Music lovers demanded them in modern, bright interpretations adapted to the well-to-do, well-educated bourgeoisie and to the architectural space, the salon, where the piano was. Most propagated, also in salons, were the hora and doina, which Dimitrie Cantemir and the ideologists of the 1848 revolution described as the Romanian genres par excellence. The most widespread traditional dances in Muntenia were sârba and brâu. Sârba is a fast and lively dance in binary rhythm, performed in semicircle formation, arms on the partner's shoulders, participants going around each other or dancing in place, using spring or cross steps. As a folk dance, the brâu, literally meaning girdle dance, is a mixed group dance performed in circle or semicircle formation, dancers holding hands or with their arms on the partner's shoulders. Rhythmic models can be symmetric or asymmetric. Folk dances nourished Wallachian salon music at the unanimous wish of the audience, the intellectuals, and the country's leaders, and entered, as did the traditional peasant dress, into the national narrative canon. The anthology features a kind of hora frequently played and danced in Bucharest salons, to which his author, Andrei Ferlendis, added the French term ronde. The hora, as danced by the boyars, was a round dance. On contrary, the peasant hora could be danced in line or circle formation as a handhold or shoulder-hold dance. For peasants, a hora could in fact be a dance and a song as well. The example presented on this slide has the attributes of the noble boyar's hora, in 6/8 with square phrases and modal melody, accompanied by stereotypical rhythms imitating the low-tie band. The bass accompaniment was originally played on a cymbalom or kobza. If the low-tie, receptive to any kind of fashion, and especially to orientalizing influences, remodeled the traditional melodies, the same can be said about such musicians as Liszt and Ferlendis, who remodeled folk melodies through the lens of their personal art or to the taste of the audience, which favored simplicity, classicizing forms, and a sentimental tone. The effort of modernizing Wallachia in the 1830s and 1840s culminated with the opening of a new theater house, the Grand or National Theater in 1852. Most successful in the 1850s-60s were vaudevilles and operettas. Matei Milo, a beloved comedian and playwright, often held the main parts in plays set on music by Alexandru Flechtenmacher. They celebrated many premieres in Milo's most successful years. These premieres are listed on this slide, on the right-hand side, in chronological order. Composer Alexandru Flechtenmacher was a Saxon from Transylvania, active in Iași and Bucharest. He composed operettas and salon music, from which I chose the Milo quadrille, based on melodies from all successful pieces starring Matei Milo that I listed before. A source of comic were parodic French loans, such as the French quadrille, the French can-can, and the French borrowed words, popular among the nouveau riche. The entertaining but rather banal melodies owed their popularity particularly to the satirical, catchy lyrics, which is why Flechtenmacher valorized them in several compositions. Another comedic type is featured in the Nicus Gavotte de la Princesse. This joking character resides in the archaism polyphonic writing interwoven with musical quotations. Reductions of Baroque dances were rather frequent in Salon albums, but in Iko's piece, it's more than what the market offered. An original, well-rounded composition, imaginatively written, at times with a trace of irony, perhaps in relation to the sweetened nostalgia for the past, typical to historicist circles. Of course, such pieces were destined for the young, whose fantasy they were meant to awaken. It's easy to imagine couples lampooning an antique gavotte at a masked ball with affected gestures. The stories of Charles Perrault, of Countess de Ségur, and the historical novels, French in particular, were at the time on every child's and teenager's reading list. The selection of works from fin de siècle Wallachia ends in the sweet melancholy tone employed by Eminescu to describe night. Reverie by George Stefanescu, professor at the Bucharest Conservatory and passionate opera supporter, is a song without words, built on a lyrical melody, molded to a clear form. In the fluid barcarolle rhythm, faint echoes of Brahms' Lieder and French academic music are discernible. We might say that the last album leaf, of a calm simplicity, condenses the essence of salon music, a minor genre, but not without interest for the world of the 19th century. So many, many thanks. I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you very much, Haganush. Are there any questions? Do we have any questions? Any questions at all? Yes, Nikolai.
Thank you very much, Haganush. Well, a very rich paper and a lot of information about the musical practices and especially the typographic works that were published, most of them in Bucharest, you're right. Just a small question is not, I was wondering why all these composers, starting with the second part of the 19th century, were composed and published widely for piano and not for orchestra. I mean, even if I remember that the job that I did in research in military music repertoire, I was wondering why all these repertoires actually were composed and published for piano and not for orchestra, because this corpus of orchestra is quite missing in that period. Do you have any explanation, or actually we aren't able to identify yet the
Well, if you ask about salon music, the answer is very, very simple. So it was a music to be played at home. Piano was the main instrument. There was a certain import of instruments coming from Vienna, for instance, yeah. Right? But not only, well, mainly, I would say. There were pianists, amateur pianists, more and more, and this was a more or less commercial music. It was printed in larger productions for amateur use. So that's why what was printed for orchestra was, you know, a small share of what editing houses made, printed. I don't think that is something which has to do with the situation in Romania. So this was everywhere the same. But in Vienna, at least, when you look into the catalogs of publishing houses, the biggest amount were actually pieces for home music. for piano, small ensembles in that period, the 19th century. Yeah.
I'm asking that because even Ivanovich, I didn't manage to identify his compositions dedicated to a large orchestra or even to a small orchestra. I mean, everything that I found, that I find out is actually for piano. So that's the reason that maybe did you find any large score by Ivanovich in your research?
Well, to be honest, I didn't make special researches on Ivanovich. Of course, it's a very famous composer and very important for Romanian promenade music and fanfare music. And you know that I could only see what was available online. So I cannot give you a relevant answer in this matter. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Just ask.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, I will thank Hegonish again for your excellent paper. And
thank you, Bennett.
You're welcome, and thank you, Ben. And we now move on to Tatiana Markovic, who is the principal investigator of a project supported by the Austrian Academy of Sciences in Vienna, on musical life at the border in Havana and Slovenia. Tatiana has taught at universities in Belgrade, Graz, Ljubljana, and Vienna, and is head of the IMS study group in music and cultural studies. She is editorially involved with many journals, the Academic Studies Press Book Series, Studies in History and Sociology of Music, and MGG for Southeastern Europe. She publishes on the 18th to the 20th century in music of the Balkans, Russian music, German opera, music historiography, musicology, and gender studies. Tatiana, welcome to you.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Do you see this present PowerPoint? Okay.
No,
so the large Serbian migrations from the Balkans.
Sorry, just a second. Hang up, please.
Is it better?
Stop your PDF or PowerPoint. Could you?
Yes, I will turn off now.
Yeah.
Of course. Just a moment.
No problem.
Sorry.
Not yet, I think.
Not yet. It's not working yet. Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying, but.
Okay. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it? No, it's okay. First, since I can start again, I would like to to express my gratitude to Nicola Georgita for this invitation and very inspiring conference. So I'm going to talk about the Serbian case. The large Serbian migrations from the Balkans to the Pannonian Plain started in the 14th century and lasted until the end of the 18th century. Retreating from the Ottoman army, the patriarchs of the Serbian Orthodox Church, Arsenije III Čarnojević and Arsenije IV Ivanović, led the largest ones in 1690 and 1737. As a result, the patriarchy was dislocated from Peć in Kosovo to Sremski Karlovci. This was South Hungary, today northern Serbia. The centers of Serbian culture had been formed then in Buda and Pest, Vienna, Pressburg, and later in the three royal cities on the territory of South Hungary, Novi Sad, Sombor, Subotica, and so on. Thus, the 19th century Serbian community was divided between two empires, dispersed all over Europe and partially in the United States, so that the main strategy of unification was cultural networking based on the Orthodox Christianity and the vernacular language, which were the main signifier of national identity. One of the biggest cultural institutional networks, not only in Serbian history, was Ujedinjena Omladina Srpska, or the United Serbian Youth, initiated by the Serbian Student Society Zora, or Dawn, in Vienna in 1866. This association was consisting of 16 literary and choral societies at the beginning, promoted a liberal ideology through their journal, the choral societies, concerts, theater plays with music, and also through a kind of salon music. Their calendar from the leap year 1868 shows that they promoted pan-Slavic ideology, but also unification of Serbian people living in different state formations. What we can see in this red, where the territories where Serbs lived are mentioned. So that means Serbia, the Banat, the Srem, Bačka, the Zetar, Montenegro, Old Serbia, this is Kosovo and North Macedonia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Dalmatia, Croatia, Slavonia. Bridges between Serbia and the Habsburg monarchy were established by Serbian merchants who were traveling and trading between Vienna, Innsbruck, Paris, Pest, Novi Sad, Belgrade, and so on. Students from their families attended the universities in European centers and became the first professional state administrators, bureaucrats, teachers, professors, and others. Among themselves, they circulated European periodicals, decorated the exterior design of their houses in a way similar to what they have observed in European centers, followed the European fashion, brought music instruments from the mentioned cities, and practiced music performances of salon piano compositions. In that way, they founded urban culture and education as well. Their faces are on Biedermeier portraits. For instance, this is the first female Serbian painter, Katarina Ivanović, who studied in Vienna. So this is typical example of Habsburg Serb, so to say. And this is also her painting. Young woman in Serbian clothes. This is actually aristocrat in Serbia at that time, with obvious Ottoman influence. Dominantly agricultural society gradually experienced a major transformation as a result of industrial revolution and of the rising middle class. The practice of their private gatherings at homes included political discussions, conversation about society and arts, playing music, and in Serbian case, almost inevitable theater performances. As we heard in the previous presentation, also folk music or traditional melodies were almost, or dances also present, so-called salonsko kolo or salon kolo or kora. Private music salons were formed among Serbs in both empires. However, while in the Principality of Serbia it was an elitist practice of exclusively royal families, at least at the beginning, Obrenović and Karađorđević, it was a usual form of social gathering among Serbian middle-class families living in the Habsburg monarchy. I'm going to map several Serbian music salons in Pančevo, Buda, Pest, Sarajevo, and Belgrade, so in both empires, and shed light on their repertoire, at least what is known. The home of the most respected family in Pančevo, about 1860, belonged to the merchant Đorđe Tamburić, and it was a meeting point of educated Serbs. Pančevo was located at the military border of the Banat between the Habsburg and the Ottoman empires, and this small town was a center of contested national cultures of Serbs, Hungarians, Germans, and Romanians. On his trips to Vienna and Pest, Tamburić collected new music scores, literary publications, and magazines in different languages in order to present it in this circle. He was a patron of several artists and also one of the supporters of the oldest Serbian choral society called Serbian Church Choral Society in Pančevo, founded in 1838 with the theater department. This was not really exclusively church society, but since the public gathering was not allowed, all choral societies were officially registered as church societies, except late academic. On his initiative, Nikola Djurkovic, so composer, was hired as conductor of this society, actor, singer, and director of the amateur theater performances. Thus, the circle in Pančevo, quotation, started with the private meetings of smaller groups of participants, followed by bigger parties, smaller balls, and then the big elite balls. Establishing an amateur theater was already a sign of perfection, in the sense that it represented improved taste and, if not always profound knowledge about music and literature, then at least a great interest of majority of educated citizens. The first ideas about this came from those younger and intelligent Pančevo citizens who regularly attended the home meetings of the good Father Tambureć. This is a document from that time. They performed Nikola Djurkovic's music, translated and nationalized theater plays by Kotzebue, for instance, Der Papagei, Bella's Flucht, and so on, with the composed music numbers. So these were simple, so early romantic style. Besides the enthusiastic music amateurs gathered around this society and its theater, performed also Rossini's opera in the way they were able to. So that means due to the lack of professional opera singers, so for instance, 3 roles were sang and the others were performed as spoken dialogues. The families Stanković and Duka from the Serbian part of Buda, Taban, contributed to the national culture by organizing theater performances in their home in 1860, prior to the foundation of national theaters. So since the Serbian community was divided, they had 2 national theaters. The first was established in Novi Sad, so in the Habsburg monarchy in 1861, and the second one in Belgrade, 1868. The rich merchant from Buda, Josip Stanković, was an active member of the Matica Srpska, something like cultural center, which was also founded in Pest and later moved to Novi Sad, and cooperated with Tekelianum. This was a college for Serbian students in Pest, founded in 1838 by the Serbian aristocrat Sava Tekelija. Josip Stanković is an elder brother of the first Serbian professional composer Kornelije Stanković, who was musically educated in Vienna and was also a member of the United Serbian Youth. He was one of the virtuoso pianists who also played music in public concerts, but also in private salons when he was traveling, in style of Chopin. Petar Duka, or later Petar Baron Duka von Kadar, was the only Orthodox Christian who became Rita des Maria Theresian orders, and also was awarded, among others, with the Grosskreuz des Österreichischen Leopold Ordens, the Medal of St. Anna First Class. This is all military awards, as one of the best Austrian generals and commander of the Banat. Both Stanković and Duka had 3 daughters, respectively, and Duka had also 1 son. Their neighboring homes were centers of cultural elite, where they organized reading and music evenings in which the representatives of the also United Serbian Youth, like, for instance, one of the most significant romantic poets, Laza Kostić, and others, took part. The daughters from both families were very active in private music making and also took part in theater performances. We know that there were 8 performances of 5 theater plays by Jovan Sterija Popović, so early comedy playwright, Laza Lazarević, romantic writer, and 2 translations, one unknown German drama and one by Jan Pavlarik, Slovakian playwright. They were organized in Josip Stanković's home or in Sama in the garden, in his garden. His and the daughters of Petar Duka were actively included in these performances and in the reviews and writings about salons of two families. It was mentioned that there were tambura players and piano pieces sometimes played after or in the intermezzo theater plays. Maria Duka was mentioned as a talented pianist, and Maria Stankovic as a music teacher and a famous private piano teacher in Buda. So all these reviews in Serbian and Hungarian press were very positive, and often they mentioned the music talent of the daughters. Unfortunately, there are no precise information what exactly compositions they played. The salon of the family Stojanovic was one of the renowned Serbian music salons in Pest. Evgeny Stojanovic gained his music education in Novi Sad when he was born, studying piano with Alexander Morfidis Nisis and later counterpoint with Cornelius Stankovic in Buda. After spending time in Novi Sad, Temešvara, Trieste, Buda, Evgeny Stojanovic moved to Pest. He continued his music activities by composing and performing music at his home and as a conductor of a choral society. Quotation. He immediately established a Serbian choral society. Every year parties and concerts were organized and he was responsible for the concert part. Then he conducted to the students' choir and played piano. Serbs were looking forward to these concerts. They were eager to have Serbian artistic circle and festivities. The concerts were also attended by Hungarian dignitaries as well as our Czech and Polish friends living in Pest. This is from the manuscript, his biography written by his daughter. In his salon, Stojanovic played piano compositions in four-hand by Haydn, Beethoven, and Schubert with his wife. During the period of Austrian occupation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, theater and music life became more vivid comparing with the Ottoman period, though there were not continuously active or permanent such institutions until the 1990s even. Quotation, due to the complexity of the ethnic composition and the absence of a specifically Bosnian national theater which could form a unique and specific profile, end of quote. The first theater in Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, was a private theater started working in the house of the Serbian merchant family Despić in 1881. Two brothers, Maxim and Micho Despić, also organized music evenings with piano music in their salon. So they had practically two in their house. Maxim Despić was especially enthusiastic about the theater performances, and very often he brought scenery from Vienna. The actors, at the beginning only men, were family members and they are friends from the city. It is also mentioned that beside a room with piano, a smaller room arranged as a Viennese salon, there was so-called a big room reserved for theater performances in different styles, showing the specific mixture of imperial legacy. So this is just one corner of this big so-called theater room. It is actually a very big room. This is now a museum, this house. Here they brought chairs and organized performances, and at the floor there were more rooms like this. So this is very typical, this mixture for former Ottoman provinces, Bosnia, Serbia, and so on. The theater of Brada Despić in Sarajevo set comedies by Jovan Sterija Popović and Kosta Trivković, also by local composed music numbers. In the Principality of Serbia, there were similar salons where the members of one of the ruling royal families, Obrenović or Karađorđević, as well as higher civil servants and rich merchants, were gathering, so that, quotations, the most significant merchants in Belgrade, especially from those from Ustavobranitelji, visited each other at the festivities in the evenings. Ustavobranitelji, this is defenders of constitution, a political group, which in order to replace a Serbian customary law with the European legal norms and build a civil society, took over the Austrian civic code in 1844, practically translated. Additionally to Serbian citizens, there were also salon music making of the Ottoman officers who lived in Serbian cities, so in Belgrade. For instance, in the home of Ali Riza Pasha, one of the last Ottoman Grand Viziers, as well as the last Muhafiz, or governor in Belgrade in 1847 and 8, his wife Meira gathered Serbian, Croatian, and Ottoman aristocratic women in her salon. She played piano, violin, guitar, and singing and dancing European and Oriental dances. She was actually a Greek woman, mentioned as very beautiful and polyglot, and she organized these meetings once every Saturday. What was typical or specific was a Čoček dance in this salon, but not only this, also in some other in Serbia, in Belgrade. And this was aristocratic circles among women from the royal family or the wives of, for instance, Persida Karađorđević, the princess was her guest. So actually, nobody else would visit Turkish or Ottoman salon. In the 1880s, in the first continuous Serbian professional music journal, Gudalo, its editor, Czech composer, cello player, teacher, and so on, Robert Ollinger, dedicated the issue 7 to the salon music making. He stressed the importance of this segment of musical life based on amateurs' love for music as the key point in a wide music education. Interestingly enough, he recommended, so as he said high art, so European 18th and 19th century music, like Bach or Scarlatti as salon music, and also by Mendelssohn, Schubert, Schumann, Hummel, Chopin, Field, and so on, Liszt, Rubinstein, which was really the case. Serbian music salons shared the core of their repertoire with certain local specificity. So wherever they were, they played the Serbian repertoire, not only, but always additionally. They shared part assumed performance practice from the Habsburg urban culture, so typical miniatures like Albumblatt, Bagatelle, Impromptu, Lied ohne Worte, and so on. There were also numerous four-part arrangements for any convenient available performing body, like via vocal quartet, voice and piano, and they were in, for instance, by Tollinger for harmoniums. And one of the very interesting is second, so slow movement of the Appassionata, Beethoven Sonata, arranged for four voices. And the text is added, Pray Under the Stars. So it was one of the salon compositions. Gender perspective of private music and theater performances were signified by presence of young women, mainly musicians and actresses, but also numerous female composers, like Slavka Atanasijević, Julia Velisavljević, and many, many others. They were daughters or wives of the mentioned merchant or royal families. For instance, Princess Persida Karađorđević was played privately, but many others, like Slavka Atanasijević, she had journeys, so concert tours and so on. She was actually, her father was a Serbian physician in Osijek, today Croatia, and her mother came from this Duka family I mentioned. She studied music privately, and she, as she said, she studied Die Lehre von der musikalischen Komposition by Adolf Bernhard Knox herself. She gave numerous concerts in the places where Serbs lived, also Graz and Vienna, and often playing her own virtuoso pieces, like, for instance, this one. The specific parts of the repertoire were chosen in accordance to the local practices, resulting from active composers and musicians supported by merchants who often were there or institutional patrons. So what is in accordance with the Serbian national self-identification was not always the same in both communities. Music salons often included theater or music theater performances and were connected with choral societies and Serbian Orthodox Church. This was almost always the case. This is very specific for Serbs. This can be either through association music, for instance, choral society playing also in the church, but can be personal relation, for instance, between Petar Duka and Patriarch Stratimirovic. They plan together some events and so on. Musical life within empires and also later in two forms of imperial legacy, which Maria Todorova called the legacy as continuity and the legacy as perception. We can actually recognize in these practices also in music salons. What is also typical, sorry I forgot to say this, that this border between home, so the private space and public space was pretty ambiguous in some cases. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. Are there any questions? Any questions at all? Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Tatiana. Congratulations on the wonderful lecture. It caught my ear. Is it possible that in the salons they were playing the Hungarian opera Béla's Flucht? Did I understand it well?
This was actually German-speaking place. Theater play by Kocebu, which was very, very popular in Croatia, in the entire region, also even in Estonia. It was very often practiced because there was no repertoire at the beginning, so they translated and nationalized, that means changed the place of the cities, personal names and so on. And Kocebu was very, very, very popular. So, yes.
I understand, but was it the opera? Because there is the first Hungarian opera is Béla's Flucht, which was written in Klausenburg, and this is what caught my ear. Were they playing it as an opera, as a musical piece? No, it was only the play.
Theater play, but with music numbers, with arias. So spoken.
Is it possible that it is the Jozef Ruzička play?
No. So the local musicians, composers, they composed music, and Kocebu's play was basis for this, although they translated.
Okay, so it is a play that it was common.
Yeah, I saw also at the website of this new center, which we are celebrating now, Baba Hrika, I think. This was also the so-called first Serbian operetta, Baba Hrika, also translated and nationalized with Serbianized, so to say, and performed as with music composed by Davorinenko in National Theatre and so on in Belgrade, and it is regarded as the first Serbian operetta.
Okay, thank you for your question, Inez. And are there other questions? Any other questions?
May I?
You may.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tanya. That was very nice, amazing. I was just wondering, were these women composers composing anything else apart from those virtuosic pieces? Were they engaged in any other type of composition?
No operas. I know you thought about operas, but no.
No, not only operas, like orchestral music or something else, like chorale pieces or something like that.
No, mainly so these piano miniatures or piano pieces, and because they were also pianists, so they eventually for instance, some songs practically the same, but with words, but no bigger forms.
So basically, they were composing the things that they will be performing as well, in a sense, right?
Yes, almost.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alexandros. And probably at this point, given the time, I should thank Tatiana for an excellent paper and Haganush completing a very informative and stimulating panel. So thank you very much for that. And I suppose now I turn over to myself.
Not yet. Thank you very much, dear Tatiana, dear Haganush, and of course, dear Bennett. We're striking to see how similar these musics are here, at least in the Balkans. But anyway, Baba Hırka in Serbia, okay? Yeah, there is something. Well, our next keynote speaker is Professor Bennett Zon. Bennett Zon is a professor of music, of course, but founder and director of the Center for 19th Century Studies and co-founder and director of the International Network for Music Theology. He is founder and general editor of the Cambridge Journal 19th Century Music Review and the Routledge book series Music in 19th Century Britain. Professor Zon is also an editor of the Yale Journal of Music and Religion and the Congregational Music Studies book series, 19th Century Context, and the Hellenic Journal of Music, Education and Culture. Recent publications include the monograph Evolution and Victorian Musical Culture. The book was published in 2017 by Cambridge University Press, and edited volumes, Victorian Culture and the Origin of Disciplines, by Routledge in 2019 and Evolution and Victorian Culture in 2014. Both co-edited with historian of science Bernard Lightman. With theologian Steve Guthrie, John is co-editing the biblically proportioned 5-volume set of the Oxford Handbook of Music and Christian Theology. This huge collection is going to be published in 2024 by Oxford University Press, and he's writing his latest book, No God, No Science, No Music, a history using music to explore the complex relationship between religion and science from the Big Bang to the present times. So it seems to me that as much as the author of scientific books, Bennett's core job seems to be, how to say, of kind of founding research institutes and scientific journals. I mean, his contribution is huge, and now I'm very happy to hear something very provocative. And Bennett is going to speak about anti-Semitism and Hebrew music in Carl Engel's Music of the Most Ancient Nations. I think it's a book published in 1864. Is it right? Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Bennett.
Nikolai, thank you so much for those extraordinarily kind words. It's such a pleasure to be here with you and with everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. And it really is just such a pleasure to be involved in your conference, because it symbolizes a turning point for 19th century studies in Bucharest and in Romania. And it's just such a pleasure to be part of that. And thank you very much again for your fellowship and your friendship. I feel like I'm a bit of an interloper, if I may say so, in the conversations that you're having very knowledgeably and intelligently in the history of the musical salon. And this particular intervention in this conversation that I'm going to offer today is not so much a study at all of the salon, but the undercurrents that seem to subsist within the cultural context of the salons themselves. So while I'm not going to directly refer to the salons in any great length whatsoever, it is debatable the extent to which the topic I'm going to engage with is evident and manifest in the material culture that the salon represents in the 19th century. So here we go. Now, I'll also, at some point, need to turn on my PowerPoint and share it with you, but I'll do that in a few minutes. We know from the good work of many musicologists just how significant was the presence of musical salons across Europe in the 19th century. We know much about the music performed there, and we can reconstruct their discussions about music through diaries, memoirs, newspapers, and many other forms of contemporary documentation, as this conference has already shown us in many, many instances so ably. The music itself speaks volumes to us about the intellectual fabric that clothed the salon in raiment of beauty. But I would like to go beneath the surface of the 19th century European salon today and focus on an often hidden, if endemic, prejudicial truth: anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism affected more than the feelings of Jewish patrons of the salon, of which there were many notable examples. It affected the way Jewish patrons, performers, and participants were understood to be socially and racially constructed. It objectified every component of Jewish musical being through the agency of the salon, from performers to composers and listeners to philanthropists. Anti-Semitism was not always obvious, however, far from it, as this paper tries to show. Anti-Semitism was often a truly hidden truth, implicit, not spoken aloud, dissembled, refracted, fragmented, veiled, in the air like a fine mist. This paper aims to disclose the hidden truth of musical anti-Semitism by looking closely at one particular book and its ideological background, Karl Engel's The Music of the Most Ancient Nations, published in England in 1864. The Music of the Most Ancient Nations was just the kind of book to circulate amongst those involved in the salons. And having been written by a German immigrant, it comes with undeniably European ideological credentials. Those credentials not only validate the latest evolutionary science of race, they exploit science to produce an invidiously subtle, intangible form of anti-Semitism, a hidden, intractable, and untraceable prejudice. This paper traces that prejudice in Engel's work, and through it, glimpses behind the salon's curtain of racial respectability. German transnationalist and ethnomusicologist Karl Engel was the first person in Britain to publish systematically on ancient and national music. His publications comprising some of the most seminal writings of the Victorian period, including Music of the Most Ancient Nations from 1864, Introduction to the Study of National Music from 1866, Descriptive Catalogue of the Musical Instruments of the South Kensington Museum from 1870, The Literature of National Music, 1879, and his entry on music for the first edition of Notes and Queries in Anthropology, 1874. Like much ethnological writing of the period, Music of the Most Ancient Nations probes the past for answers to the present. Not that we ever do that today. And to do that, Engel turned to music of the Assyrians, Egyptians, and Hebrews. The music of the Hebrews is problematical, however, because the Hebrews were not a nation like the Assyrians and the Egyptians. Firstly, and paradoxically, ancient Hebrews were deemed to be a nationless nation. And secondly, and further complicating matters, ancient Hebrews still existed as modern Jews. Music of the Most Ancient Nations wrestles with this problem in a typically Victorian fashion by relying upon evolutionary theories which contest a relationship between historical Hebrews and modern Jews and contemporary Judaism. Perhaps inadvertently, Engel applies to musicology a Victorian anti-Semitic commonplace, a Christian history purged of any noticeable Jewish ancestral taint. Let's talk science. If he did, Karl Engel relied on Victorian science to do so. Karl Engel published extensively on ancient and national music and musical instruments, and of all his publications, the Music of the Most Ancient Nations is steeped, arguably, in the latest thought in evolutionism. It is perhaps more than coincidental, therefore, that the Music of the Most Ancient Nations, which was published in 1864, was also published by, guess who, John Murray, the same firm which some 5 years earlier had published arguably the most important book in the history of science, Darwin's Origin of Species, 1859. Murray had a sixth sense for popularizing scientific literature, and Engel's book covering music of the Assyrians, Egyptians, and Hebrews complemented his publications list very well. Coming as it did only 5 years after Darwin's, one might expect Music of the Most Ancient Nations to reflect Darwinian thought. And in some ways, it is to Victorian musicology what The Origin was to evolutionary thought, broadly speaking, a book designed to explore descent. But beyond this shallow comparison, the analogy ceases to be relevant, because methodologically, the two books, Engel's and Darwin's, have almost nothing in common. In fact, the Music of the Most Ancient Nations, like Engel's work as a whole, is not only not Darwinian, it is positively non-Darwinian. As History of Science Peter Bowler has argued, Darwinian theory was slow to gather followers amongst Victorians starved for evolutionary choice. Indeed, according to Bowler, so myriad and heterodox were prevailing evolutionary theories that The Origin did nothing more than spark further debate about evolution. The Darwinian revolution, as it is so called today, is completely misunderstood. Properly conceived, it was not Darwinian, but in fact it was non-Darwinian. Peter Bowler says Darwin converted the scientific world to evolutionism, but not to Darwinian evolutionism. Darwin's mistake, if I can call it that, was to develop an evolutionary theory which undermined Victorian confidence in Britain's irrepressible sense of progress, something that I think is deeply contested at the moment in Brexit talks, but we won't talk about that now. Indeed, to Victorians, progress was a byword for evolution. According to Victorian social theorist Herbert Spencer, whether it be in the development of the earth, in the development of the life upon its surface, the development of society, government, manufactures, commerce, language, literature, science, art, this same evolution of the simple into the complex through a process of continuous differentiation holds throughout, from the earliest traceable cosmical changes down to the latest results of civilization. This is what progress essentially consists of. Darwin's dangerous idea summarily banished progress from evolutionary thought, and it substituted natural selection, a mechanism by which organisms better adapted to their environment tend to survive and reproduce, to a mechanism which can only generate local adaptation that changes in a directionless way through time. No longer was evolution trapped as a function of improvement, and gone was a belief in progress. Look, for example, at my first illustration, at how directionless Darwin portrays evolution in the now famous and rather unsurely headed phylogenetic tree from his 1837 Beagle notebook. And I'm going to share with you now my PowerPoint. Can everybody see that? I hope so. Okay, and hold on.
Yes.
Hold on.
It's very clear, yeah.
Yep. Slideshow. Play. There we are. So this is the image on the left from Darwin's notebook, Beagle notebook. By the time Darwin published the first edition of The Origin of Species in 1859, his certainty about evolutionary randomness was itself beginning to change. And you can see this in figure 2, which is the only illustration in The Origin of Species. You can see how the example on the left is slightly chaotic. and branching everywhere. But what you see in the left is a single stem. It's numbered 1 in the left-hand image. In The Origin of Species, you can see many different starting points, A, B, C, D, and so on. Darwin's ateleological universe attracted vociferous popular and academic criticism, especially amongst supporters of ideas like the Great Chain of Being. The Great Chain of Being appealed to non-Darwinians for the same reason that Darwinian evolutionism did not. It guaranteed progress and allowed insecure people to feel confidence in their past, present, and future. Tracing its origins as far back as Aristotle, as shown in the next slide, hopefully. No. Yes. The Great Chain of Being emerged as a comfortingly loaded ideological concept connecting man and heaven. You can see the earth at the bottom of the left-hand image and God at the top. And in the right-hand one, you can see a not dissimilar concept. By the 18th century, the hierarchical images of this kind were commonplace. But as shown in the next image on the left, God has been expectedly usurped by man. And you can see home at the very top of the left-hand image. By the 19th century, both man and God had been usurped, set adrift in a threateningly directionless, purposeless evolutionary sea. Edvard Eichwald captures this evolutionary moment in the next image on the left, in this first genuinely tree-like, yet theologically inflected tree. It was not long afterward that Darwin would scrawl his first phylogenetic tree that we saw in 1837. While the Great Chain of Being would provide an ideological bomb shelter against Darwin's evolutionary exposition and explosion, it would also help consolidate another branch of developmental science depicting trees, embryology, and with it one of the 19th century's most endemic and non-Darwinian evolutionary concepts, the concept of recapitulation. Born of German idealism, recapitulation found its most scientific expression in Ernst Haeckel's iconic evolutionary treatise, The General Morphology of Organisms, from 1866. And he says, the growth of the individual embryo is a brief and rapid recapitulation of the evolution of the series, of the species. In simple terms, this means that an individual human fetus passes in its development through all stages of human evolution, which you can see in the example on the right of this particular slide, from, in this case, a salamander on the left, all the way up through chicken, sheep, pig, monkey, and ultimately the highest form of primate, man. In 1866, Haeckel depicts this scala natura, this great chain of being. But by 1874, this kind of tree-like structure appears in an even more tree-like fashion in Haeckel's later works. And here is another example on the left, which illustrates the more tree-like aspect of the great chain of being. Recapitulation, as indicated on the left, in which you have each successive stage being recapitulated by its previous one, is also indicated in the one in the example on the right. It's found a germinal expression, you could say, in Haeckel's evolutionary predecessor, von Baer, Ernst von Baer. Von Baer provides a much more straightforward, you could say, tree, an evolutionary tree, and he predicts, in some way or other, he anticipates Darwin by indicating, as you see on the left, a single line from A, the capital letter A, and then various other branches stemming from it. Well, what does any of this have to do with music, you might well ask? Well, let's talk about the music of the most ancient nations, but let's talk about the non-Darwinian nations, those nations that struggle to progress. It was not von Baer's militant anti-recapitulationism that caught the attention of non-Darwinians, but his reassuring message that embryos progressed from simplicity to complexity. And who should pick up on this idea but none other than the Victorian celebrity and public intellectual Herbert Spencer. Spencer became acquainted with von Baer through his reading of William Carpenter's Principles of General and Comparative Physiology, and he went on to develop a systematic structuring of all organic and non-organic life. And given the intellectual reach of his, what he calls a synthetic project, it was not long before Herbert Spencer turned his attention to music. And in 1857, Herbert Spencer produced what is the first in a line of substantive essays on the origin of music. He calls it The Origin and Function of Music, published it in Fraser's Magazine, a very popular Victorian periodical. Here, Spencer taps into the hierarchies of progress, so beloved of the Victorians, and he argues that advanced modern music must have evolved from simpler, more primitive forms of impassioned speech. And he writes, and this, by the way, is indicated in the image on the right. In music, progressive integration is displayed in numerous ways. The simple cadence, embracing but a few notes, which in the chants of savages is monotonously repeated. It becomes, among civilized races, a long series of different musical phrases combined into one whole. And so complete is the integration that the melody cannot be broken off in the middle or shorn of its final note without giving it a sense of incompleteness. When to the air, a bass, a tenor, an alto are added, when to the different voice parts there is conjoined an accompaniment. We see an integration of a higher order, which grows naturally more elaborate. And the process is carried to a higher stage when these complex solos, concerted pieces, choruses, and orchestral effects are combined into the vast ensemble of an oratorio or music drama. When his compelling theoretical bulwark is firmly in place, Spencer's influence was assured, amassing support and dividing opinion in turn amongst Victorian intellectuals and musicians. The composer, music historian, and theoretical acolyte, C. Hubert H. Parry, is probably Spencer's most vocal acolyte, paraphrasing him in numerous writings across his career, including The Evolution of the Art of Music and Style and Musical Art. Yet Engel, who we talked about earlier and who we return to now, Engel was also a non-Spencerian because he disputes Spencer's main principle, axiom, that music is a product of civilization. If for Spencer, history confirms this conclusion, that all music progresses from the simple to the complex, for Engel, it progresses in microcosm, from the simple to complex, through intervals, through vocal instruments, and within instrumental music, from the drum to the pipe to the lyre. And this is fundamentally the way that Engel and all Spencerian thinking musicians considered music to have evolved, from savagery to civilization, from vocal music to instrumental music, from the interval of the third to the interval of the seventh, from the drum to the pipe to the lyre. Well, let's now talk about the most ancient Hebrews and Engel's understanding of where science fits into the context of his book. For all his advances in musical impartiality, Engel remains Spencerian in temperament, right down to his belief in the ultimate superiority of his own musical culture. Unable to explain the archaeologically incontestable perfection of Assyrian music, he concludes that Assyrian music didn't develop, but it must have been borrowed from another civilization. Strangely, the same criticism does not apply to the music of the Hebrews. Indeed, the music of the Hebrews remains pure and unsullied by foreign contact, despite the egregious nature of their historical exile. He says, during the Babylonian captivity, although the Hebrews adopted the Chaldean language, their music does not appear to have undergone any important modification through foreign influence. so that after their return to Jerusalem about 70 years later, a fresh generation was enabled to reestablish at once in the temple the musical performances of their forefathers. And this is extremely important, that Engel has the idea that Jewish music has not evolved, that it has not progressed, that it remains static. And that as a consequence, the Jews were able to reinstitute it into temple worship unaffected and unchanged. It remains uncertain why Engel claims that the Assyrians merely aped highly cultivated foreign music, and that Hebrew music did not evolve despite diasporic experience of foreign influence. But evolutionary stasis, in other words, the inherent inability to progress, and cultural cussedness is a common feature of the non-Darwinian revolution. As I argue in Victorian Anti-Semitism and the Origin of Gregorian Chant, an article from 2010, Christian historians were conflicted over the origins of Western music and often appeared to omit discussion of Jewish synagogal ancestry in order to preserve the integrity of their own Christian lineage. Henry Wilde, for example, extols Jewish worship for its purity and simplicity, but he complains that it marked early Christian music with a lack of artistic feeling and a stern asceticism, and what he calls an antagonistic element to the progress of civilization. Writing in the Music of the Bible from 1879, Parry's contemporary and Spencerian equal John Stainer encapsulates this same view. And John Stainer writes, that monotone, when used from century to century in the mouth of devout readers, will grow into cantillation, or some rude sort of chant, and it can be proved by the history of our early church plainsong. Why should not the Hebrews have passed in their day through the same phase of musical development which other nations have? The fact that certain musical cultures were omitted from evolution because they were insufficiently advanced and or lacked the inherent capacity for advancement points to the tenacious ideological shadow of the great chain of musical being. Was non-Darwinian Engel a soft, passive, musical anti-Semite like Wilde and Stainer? Almost certainly not. But like so many Victorians, the meaning of his language is frustratingly difficult to interpret. Note in the excerpt below Engel's choice of the evolutionarily loaded Darwinian word modification. Darwin calls evolution modification by descent. Does modification signal merely an evolutionary mechanism of change? Does modification preclude progress? Are modification and preservation mutually incompatible? Well, Engel skirts the issue. He says, I did not intend to imply that the music of the Hebrews has not, in the course of thousands of years, experienced considerable modifications. There can scarcely be a doubt that after the departure of the Hebrews from Egypt, their music acquired in the course of time certain characteristics which distinguished it from the Egyptian music and which originated in the religious views and observances of the Jews, as well as from their intercourse with Asiatic nations and from other circumstances. One aspect of music of the Hebrews, which might in the broadest sense help us answer some of these questions, is the fact that Engel covers the full span of Jewish history, from the earliest period of the Bible right up to the Victorian present. Interestingly, integral to his coverage is a portrayal of Jews sedulously preserving tradition, with many tunes and instruments remaining notably similar across diasporic locations. And this is something to consider in the context of this conference today and tomorrow, this idea of the relationship of core repertoires in relation to diasporic experience and location. Innocuous in itself, the language of preservation is, I would argue, inflected by a vocabulary not dissimilar to that culminating in Matthew Arnold's Culture and Anarchy from 1867. Drawing upon contemporary anti-Semitic tropes, Arnold compares Hebraism to Hellenism. He says, the governing idea of Hellenism is spontaneity of consciousness, that of Hebraism, strictness of conscience. Unsurprisingly, Arnold's dichotomous interpretation of culture has been roundly criticized by scholars of race and anti-Semitism. Jonathan Friedman characterizes Arnold's Hebrew as seizing upon certain plain capital intimations of universal order and riveting itself, he says, one might say, with unequal grandeur of earnestness and intensity on the study and observance of them. Modern cultural theorist Robert Young is even more direct, echoing Friedman and railing vehemently against Arnold's Hebraism as antithetical, centripetal, and centrifugal. Hebraism involves a strict contraction of consciousness, while Hellenism produces its expansive free play, thus reproducing in subverting and containing forward at work in society and history at large. The concept of a Hellene-Hebrew antithesis was not new to Arnold, of course. It is clear, for example, that he drew extensively upon neo-humanist German philosophical antecedents, which used Phil-Hellenism to smite Hebrew dualism between the spirit and the body. Thus, Heine, for example, remarks that the Jews looked on the body as a despicable thing, in contrast to the Greeks as the pitiful envelope of the Ruach HaKodesh, of the divine breath, the spirit, and to the latter only would they accord consideration, reverence, and worship. Hegel extends and applies this deprecation to Judaism as a whole. He says, an essential of their religion, in contrast to the Greeks, was the performance of a countless mass of senseless and meaningless actions. The holiest of things, namely the service of God and virtue, was ordered and compressed in dead formulas. Engel never reaches these depths of virulent anti-Semitic Phil-Hellenism, but his language does reflect contemporary trends in Greekophilia. He says, the Greeks were a remarkably enterprising and progressive nation. Whatever they borrowed from other nations, they soon developed further and expanded. Conversely, the retention of Eastern musical characteristics, would scarcely have been possible under the circumstances of the Jews, being so widely and thinly dispersed amongst other nations, were it not for the strictness with which they have always upheld their prescribed religious rites and ceremonies. While there is nothing in the music of the ancient Hebrews, nor anything of Engel's other writing which can be branded categorically anti-Semitic, the language or even grammar of alterity is structurally embedded in the anthropological message of the book as a whole. Writing of Hebrew music in the present day, for example, Engel consistently distinguishes between the object of Hebrew music as an archaeological or ethnomusicological artifact and the people, the Jews, who continue to perform it. The distinction between Hebrew as object and Jew as subject would seem merely semantic, but in fact it harkens back to much more deeply rooted anti-Semitic, frequently Christian propaganda aimed to separate Semites from Jews and Jews from Judaism. At its prejudicial worst, in the ethically twisted book, Baden-Powell's Christianity Without Judaism, or Ernst Renan's The Life of Jesus, the distinction of Semite and Jew and Judaism, produce the illusion of a Jewless, Judaismless Christianity. Stephen Beller highlights these categorical distinctions in his opening definition of anti-Semitism, a very short introduction. He says, anti-Semitism is a hatred of Jews that has stretched across millennia and across continents. Or it is a relatively modern political movement and ideology that arose in Central Europe in the late 19th century and achieved its evil apogee in the Holocaust. Or it is the irrational, psychologically pathological version of an ethnocentric, religiocentric anti-Judaism that originated in Christianity's conflict with its Jewish roots and achieved its evil apogee in the Holocaust. Or it is a combination of all of these. Anti-Semitism of the kind displayed by Engel, if indeed it can be called anti-Semitism, may be indicative of the more genteel, social, and polite variety of the contained, temperate nature of Victorian prejudice, but its more virulent counterpart circulated with all its anthropological and religious antipathies fully intact. Indeed, the mutually parasitical enemies of anti-Semitism against the Jews and anti-Judaism against the religion of the Jews found their apogee in England in the pseudo-scientific paradigmatically racist ideologies of Houston Stewart Chamberlain, son-in-law of guess who, Richard Wagner, and author of the toxically racializing project Foundations of the 19th Century, published in 1899. Chamberlain denigrates Jews, Semites, as degenerational spiritual backsliders, but praises Christians, Aryans, as evolutionary religious progressivists. Engel does nothing of the kind, but his characteristically Victorian separation of Hebrew from Jew, object from subject, past from present, locates the identity of the Jew in a characteristically prejudicial anthropological time warp. Even in an introduction to the study of national music, published 2 years after the ancient music of the ancient nations, Engel continues to deprive Jews of musical nationhood and define them in a largely perpetual present. Jews are, for example, the only living people, rather than nation, included in the book's Library of National Music. And like many musicological works of the time, Music of the Most Ancient Nations compensates Jews for their lack of genuine development by indulging the transition myth. That myth redeems the stasis of Hebrew music by resolving its developmental dissonance into larger transitions towards Christian musical culture. He says, in our Christian culture, the intoning, chanting, and antiphonal singing are in all probability the remains of the ancient Hebrew mode of performing in the temple. The apostles were Hebrews, accustomed from their childhood to the usages of their nation, and must have been practiced in the music which they have been in the habit of using in worship before they became Christians. And it is not likely that the primitive Christians would have adopted in their worship the musical performances of idolaters to which they were naturally averse. In microcosm, the same redemptive progression occurs in relation to the music of Mendelssohn. Here we go. According to Engel, some of them, the Jews, exhibit in their compositions peculiarities which remind us of the synagogue. This is, in my opinion, also the case in the music of Mendelssohn, who, though a Christian, was of Hebrew origin. These peculiarities consist especially in the employment and frequent repetition of short melodious phrases and passages of a particular rhythmical effect, frequently in the minor, and of a certain monotony, which Mendelssohn, however, knows how to render highly interesting by a skillful harmony. Here, like so many Victorian musicologists, Engel taps an anti-Semitic vein and portrays Mendelssohn as proof of model Christian redemption at work. Integral to this construction is the fact that Mendelssohn, like all Jews, remained congenitally Jewish despite his conversion. Jews remain Jews, Schumann proclaims, referring specifically to Mendelssohn. Writing on the topic of Mendelssohn's Psalm 114, in the first edition of his famous dictionary, George Grove reiterates this sentiment, opining that, quote, "The Jewish blood of Mendelssohn must surely for once have beaten fiercely over this picture of the great triumph of his forefathers." To both Engel, on the benign end of the anti-Semitic spectrum, and to other non-Darwinians on the opposite, malignant extremes of anti-Semitism like Chamberlain's, Jewishness, for them Jewishness is, in other words, inherited, and no act of cultural or religious assimilation can erase it. Once a Jew, always a Jew. In the non-Darwinian foment of Victorian Britain, Jewish inheritance is a doubly troublesome term of reference, not only because of its inherently anti-Semitic properties, but because the mechanism of inheritance and its corollary, heredity, was not itself fully understood scientifically. At its most extreme obsession with racial inheritance led to the Pandora's box of eugenics, a selective breeding program founded by Darwin's first cousin, Francis Galton, and subsequently implicated in the ethnic cleansing of the Holocaust. Eugenics selects only what is good in stock, Galton says, hereditarily endowed with noble qualities, and which is equally applicable to men, brutes, and plants. At its anti-Semitic, arguably least severe, racial inheritance was a compulsory yet perfectly ordinary part of the Victorian anthropological toolkit. Matthew Arnold, again, speaks for a generality when on the one hand he gladly avows an historical and cultural continuity and therefore resemblance between Jews and Christians, but on the other hand eschews the idea of any quantifiable racial commonality. Arnold, Galton, Chamberlain, Grove, Schumann, Heine, Parry, Wilde, Stainer, and Engel. In their own ways, they all subscribe broadly to the concept of an immutable, if graded, ideological inheritance, which selectively excludes and therefore oppresses Jews. This is called, what I call, the great chain of anti-Semitic being. From the same inalienable right of progress leading Christians towards a more perfect future. Nothing is more usual, Engel qualifies, that the notion that in order to trace the art of music from its most primitive state to observe its gradual development, we must commence our inquiries by penetrating the most remote periods amongst the most ancient nations known to us, the Assyrians as well as the ancient Egyptians and Hebrews. Music had already attained a degree of perfection considerably higher than we meet in many nations of our own time. It behooves the musicologist, therefore, to study the music of contemporary nations in different stages of civilization, at the same time comparing the music of several nations standing at the same scale of civilization. If, however, as these words suggest, progress consists in an ineluctable force, an evolutionary prerequisite driving improvement forward, how does Engel harmonize the historical stasis and modern development of Hebrew music? The answer lies in his friendship with the anthropologist E.B. Tyler and E.B. Tyler's controversial theory of what he calls survivals. E.B. Tyler is best known in the history of anthropology for his theory of survivals, namely what he calls processes, customs, opinions, and so forth, which have been carried forth by such a force of habit into a new state of society different from that in which they had their original home. And thus they remain as proofs and examples of an older condition of culture out of which a newer one has been evolved. Developed to an apogee in his book Primitive Culture from 1871, Tyler's theory bequeathed to anthropology a temporal analogy representing Britain's imperial experience. The deep past became a foreign country, ripe for metaphysical conquest, exploited to prove the evolutionary superiority of modern, civilized European, and of course, English man. Tyler calls survivals mines of historical knowledge, and he believed that the presence of survivals is part of the evolutionary process itself. This is justified. It is justified in his belief that civilization, being a long process of complex growth, can only be thoroughly understood when studied through its entire range. He says the past is continually needed to explain the present, and the whole to explain the part. Here and elsewhere, Tyler concludes that civilization of any age is not a new creation to meet the wants of that age, but is a result of past times, modified to meet the new conditions of life and knowledge. For Engel, the ethnographic and anthropological evidence of that process of modification proves that both the music of the Hebrews and the Jews themselves are Tylorian survivals. Survivals eschew modification. And so Tyler and Engel use the word modify or modification to heighten its developmental implications. As a function of modification, Tyler insists that we study the lower tribes as related to the civilization of the higher nations. For Engel, therefore, the music of uncivilized nations is capable of yielding important suggestions for the history and science of music. Yet advances through modification do not prove the inferiority of earlier stages in a culture's history, and both condemn the denigration of primitive savage peoples. Tyler insists that a belief in any known savage tribe being improved by judicious civilizations is a propitious argument which no moralist would dare to make. Engel says this. He says, It is remarkable that the great susceptibility and fondness for music which the ancient Hebrews evidently possessed has been preserved by their race until the present day. Many of our distinguished musicians, composers, as well as virtuosi, are Jews or of Jewish extraction. Buoyed by their more ideologically modern stance, Engel and Tyler also created the very first methodological desideratum for the study of non-Western and indigenous music. In essence, the first British professionally ratified ethnomusicological framework for studying musical survivals in the field. And this is Carl Engel's Notes and Queries on Anthropology for the use of travelers and residents in uncivilized lands. He says, the music of every nation has characteristics of its own. In writing down popular tunes of foreign countries, on hearing them sung or played by the natives, no attempt should be made to rectify anything which may appear incorrect to the European ear. Engel's contribution to Notes and Queries and his insistence on faithful transcription brings to a conceptual head a Tylorian program of musical survivals. Survivals problematize the relationship of culture and civilization, however, especially in regard to the music of the Hebrews, because the vestigial nature of Hebrew culture forms no evolutionary function in the process of cultural modification towards civilization. The Jews and the Hebrews, as a musical nation, simply did not advance. That Tyler separates culture from civilization is strikingly obvious in primitive culture. As George Stocking notes, the very idea is a contradiction in terms. For Tyler and Engel, the goal of all cultural development may be the same, but according to Tyler, survivals have no goal other than perhaps their own inexplicable preservation. Unlike their Darwinian evolutionary counterparts, they are in many ways the truly unfittest non-Darwinian survivors. Let me conclude. Is music of the most ancient nations an unfittest survivor? And what about other unfittest survivors, like folk song? Is folk song a Tylorian survival? Non-Darwinians would exploit the generic confusion between ancient and folk. And here, for example, Engel is trying to explain primitive gradations in pitch. He says, it must be supposed that each interval is distinctly in tone. On the contrary, in the transition from one interval to another, all the intermediate intervals are slightly touched upon in a way somewhat similar to a violinist drawing his finger rapidly over the strong note from one note to connect to another. The intervals themselves are seldom clearly defined. And here is Spencer, returning to him, selectively paraphrasing C. Hubert H. Parry, selectively paraphrasing Engel. He says this, in those examples which Sir Hubert Parry commences his chapter on folk music, we have vocal utterances of the kind that are little above the howls and groans in which articulate feeling expresses itself. And he says, these characterize the partially undifferentiated tones of savages and their chants. When it comes to ancient music, however, to the most ancient music of the Hebrews and Assyrians, Engel is forced to acknowledge the attainment of an ancient historical pinnacle within an ancient historical pinnacle within a modern historical pinnacle. A great chain, the Assyrians, within a great chain, the Egyptians, within another great chain, the Hebrews. There are nations, he proposes, which have not brought the cultivation of music to so high a degree of development as it has attained with us. And of course, Engel is not alone. The educated world of Europe and America, Tyler suggests, practically settles itself upon a standard by simply placing its own nation at one end of the social series of savage tribes at the other, arranging the rest of mankind between these limits according as they correspond more closely to savage or to cultured civilization. So does this make Engel a card-carrying non-Darwinian? Probably, almost certainly not. Who knows? It's a question. I don't have the answer. The fact is that there is no such thing as a card-carrying non-Darwinian because the non-Darwinian revolution was an infinitely malleable broad church. In its ideological diversity, it was the Anglican Church of Victorian science. And like the church, it promulgated a program of redemption by resuscitating and spiritually saving primitive and ancient cultures from their heathen ways. It is the Victorian anthropologist's burden. So how should Engels' work be remembered if it is so ideologically freighted? In an age of rampant prejudice, Engels was a stepping stone towards cultural equality, wrestling free from regressive anthropological straitjackets of the time. And although he would eventually be superseded as Darwinian anthropological models proved their superior fitness, he initiated changes in scientific objectivity which would have considerable longevity in ethnomusicology and musical history, especially in the pioneering ethnomusicological work of Charles Samuel Myers. Today, Engels is largely forgotten, apart from neo-Marxist second folksong revivalists eager to criticize his ideological part in refashioning Cecil Sharp's high-minded, unreconstructedly bourgeois attitude towards his peasant informants. But this is to misunderstand Engels and Sharp's agenda, and to misread history for manifestly current ideological purposes. Read in his own time, by the standards of his day, Engels would have seemed to many involved in the musical culture of the day, particularly like those likely to participate in the salon as a progressivist. To them, he would have been a paragon of balanced musicological virtue, trampling on historical and contemporary injustices without upsetting the anthropological apple cart. And perhaps this is how the non-Darwinian revolution should be remembered more broadly, as having your evolutionary cake and eating it too. But then this is the timeless paradox of scientific objectivity, whether Victorian, ancient, or modern. Different times produce different truths veiled as fact. And in the history of ancient music history, Engels is among the first to tell us so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, dear Bennett. Great. It's very complex, how to say, sophisticated, rich, and yeah, sometimes quite hermetic text. Are there any? Oh, wow. May I, Walter, please. Sorry. After that, Ivan. Yeah. Katalin. Yeah. Walter. You have to remove the microphone to unmute. Walter, you have to unmute to hear me. You have to
mute my audio. Yes.
Okay, sorry.
I wasn't raising a hand. I was just clapping two hands together.
Thank you very much.
But since I suddenly have the floor for a second, my only comment is that I don't know how familiar you may be with the work of Karl Jaspers.
Yes.
Yeah. I know him, of course, as an inspiration for Marshall Hodgson, who was the great expositor of the Islamic civilization. And it's interesting that in Jaspers' philosophy, in its origin and goal of history, the Zoroastrian, the Zarathustra, Moses, the Greek philosophers, the Vedantic philosophy, and Chinese philosophy are all on the same side.
Yeah.
It's part of the axial age that differentiates the modern world from the really ancient world.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a totally different point of view. So in a sense, the conflict between the Greeks and the Jews and the Chinese, for example, is minor stuff compared to all of our differences from the really ancient civilizations.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's just my little comment.
It's a great point. Of course, Karl Jaspers is working at a slightly different time.
Of course.
At a time which had been, arguably liberated from some of the historiographical constraints that affected the prejudice of previous centuries. Today as historians we talk about presentism almost relentlessly, if I could put it that way. The fact is that presentism in itself has its own historiography. And in the 19th century, you can see the presentism writ large in works of the kind that you see circulating in the Salon, of which this is a particular example. You know, the music of the most ancient nations is purely an exemplar of the kind of upper middle class tone which would have been of interest to highly educated patrons of the arts. You know, the fact that it's published by Darwin's publisher, it gives it scientific credibility, but it also gives it access to similar circulation amongst its readership. You know, so it's an idea that circulates not only within literary circles, but and scientific circles, but it circulates in the lifeblood of people who read these things. And the print culture of the day was emphatically non-Darwinian, as Peter Bowler has said. That changed Karl Jaspers quite considerably. Yeah,
thank you.
Good question.
Well, questions?
Ivan, I don't know if shall I?
Oh, Ralph?
Ralph?
Okay, so sorry, Father, sorry, yeah.
This time I'm not waving my hand, I actually have a question. So when I think of the starting of historiography in the late 18th century, I of course think of Johann Nikolaus Forkel. And I don't know if you are aware of his music history, I think so. It's almost about ancient music, and he has a very extensive chapter also in Hebrew music, but I never checked, I must say, if there's any kind of anti-Semitism already there, because always the question is, where did it start?
I can't say myself because I can't remember. It's been ages since I actually looked at that, and my emphasis in my previous research has not favored German continental work. I spent most of my time looking at French, but principally British work. But it would surprise me if there aren't. But you know, that one of the points of my lecture was to suggest that anti-Semitism is not obvious, that it actually subsists within, linguistically within passive forms. So it is distinctly possible to be anti-Semitic by omission. So for example, in one way that you find it, as I described in my lecture, you find it by omission. And you know, it's difficult to prove anti-Semitism by the fact that reference to the Jews doesn't exist within historiographical contexts in which it would be expected. So you know, if you have a history of Gregorian chant, for example, and that history excludes music of the Jews, you have to ask yourself whether that is anti-Semitic by omission. Is it, in other words, is it arguably a sin of omission? But there are other ways of doing it. So for example, I've written about the idea of simplicity. And simplicity is a trope in the 19th century. And again, it's ideologically freighted. Because simplicity can, on the one hand, mean something which is comparatively simple in the way that we understand it today, but it can also be used in a very, very denigratory manner. And so primitive music is often referred to as simple. And it's simple because it does, in and of itself, it doesn't have the capacity to evolve. If it's simple, it means it is effectively static developmentally. And so you find the use of simplicity amongst descriptions of Jewish music, for example, right up to the present day. And the question is whether or not this is an indication of anti-Semitism. You know, today in the world in which we live, in which diversity is being you know, forensically examined linguistically, I think it's important that we apply these same linguistic and philological principles to the history of not just Judaism, but of all forms of racializing contexts in the past. And you know, if we can talk about Jewish music by its omission, and we can talk about it by reassessing our understanding of historical terminology, then we are making progress in our you know, aspiration to equality and diversity. So you know, it's a very interesting question you raise. I'd be shocked if Forkel is not, in some way or other, imputing Jews with negative qualities, either inadvertently or advertently. And that's not to say that I go looking for it, which I don't, but I think it's about the way that we interpret the linguistic context of the time.
Yes, thank you very much for that answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Father Ivan?
Yes, hello. Thank you, Bennett, for that tremendous paper. I was actually thinking in a kind of lateral direction, thinking about people like Johannes Kvasten, who talk about ancient Greek music. But again, you could argue there's a sin of omission, but I mean, I haven't researched the question of anti-Semitism, so I'm slightly to one side of what you're saying here. But I was thinking about the idea that various things made a confluence into the superiority of Christian music, and then the evolutionary tree about which you talked. I think there's a lot. You mentioned the being anti-Semitic by omission. I think that happened a lot, especially before the Sacred Bridge business. Which at least brought things, you know, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, it at least brought things into the realm of discussion. So I think I'm not really asking a question. I'm just making a kind of comment. I'm chuntering on because what you said made me think. And there's a kind of way in which that, in fact, the tree that you've constructed can go sideways as well. And there are all sorts of things in the way that the Christian world constructed its view of itself and, of course, of its music. And naturally, as you know much better than I, Victorian society in Britain was particularly about constructing itself. So it's not really a question, it's just an observation.
I mean, what I would say about that is, first of all, thank you very much. That's also an extraordinarily interesting comment. And arguably what you have to imagine here is a methodology for interpreting diversity and prejudice in a way which we don't currently have. So, it's seldom that we go back to reassess, linguistically reassess the way that we understand certain key terminologies. And also, you might say gestures of history. The omission of the Jews you could say, is a gesture of history. The omission, what's relevant here in the context of this is not just that this is a book that might have circulated amongst patrons of the Salon and participants in the Salon, but that this has applicability as a methodology for exactly what we're studying, because we're looking at diversity within, a geographical area, within ethnological areas, and the same principles that apply to the degradation or denigration of the Jews in Engel's Music of the Most Ancient Nations could just as easily apply to Croatian music or to Serbian music or to, enclaves within, within Romania or other European countries. And I think we take it as read, quite literally, that there are certain gestures of omission and certain gestures of using language in a particular way. And so, in a sense, what I've tried to do with this is to show us a way of thinking broadly about diversity. This is a case study of one book about the Jews, but it could equally apply to the Greeks. It could equally apply to the Romanians.
That was really the point, because I don't think it can be reduced to one. Of course, there are particular things to be said about anti-Semitism, but in the way that Western European attitudes to these things coincide with such things as anti-Semitism extant in Orthodox countries, for example. We have a confluence that makes a very large continental construction. When I say continental, I mean Europe and the whole of Russia
and a very large area, very large geographical area, a construct that we come to believe, what's the word, subliminally.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about this is that it's a cautionary tale, or it's an allegory for our day about presentism. It forces us to confront what we mean by presentism. When, in the 19th century, you have a presentism which produces the most, vitriolic denunciation of the Jewish historical past in the kindest possible terms. This is the question. Where does the anti-Semitism subsist? Where is it? And if you can't find it in manifest empirical evidence, does that mean it doesn't exist? Well, no, it doesn't mean that at all, because its very absence alone is an indication that it exists. And the same principles apply across all cultures in their respective great chains of musical being, whether it's a salon in one geographical enclave or another, one nation or another. The inveterate need to hierarchize our relationships produces this kind of historical presentism, which I'm trying to combat.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Nikolai.
I have a question, Ben, and thank you so much for your paper. I was wondering, how to say, about Karl Engels' contemporaries, what they thought about his ideas, or how much, let's say, Karl Engels' ideas were accepted or rejected by his contemporaries.
Well, as we say
in reaction to his theories or to his ideas.
Yeah. So as we say in Britain and in America, the proof's in the pudding. So the very fact that he was published by John Murray, that says that he made it. That's central, significant. If anybody knows about what we call the REF in the UK, the Research Excellence Framework, he would be given a 4-star rating, top global star rating, panoply of saints. And so but of course, that doesn't mean that people necessarily agreed with it. The Origin of Species was published by John Murray, yes, but of course, many people contested the veracity of The Origin of Species and many other works of its kind. Engels' work, I would say, is middle ground and middle brow, if I can put it that way. He was a progressivist, so he would have been considered more modernizing in his time. He was invited by Tyler to contribute the entry on music in Notes and Queries on Anthropology, the very first edition of that work, which is still in print, and which was in print. Engels' version of it was in print right through the 1920s, I think. So, his work had traction intellectually for 70, 80 years after it was first imagined. So I suspect that his work was widely deemed to be popular, progressive, modernizing, and accepting. But it is the case that it is also manifestly anti-Semitic, in the same way that Charles Dickens is manifestly Semitic, in the same way that other Britons of the time are manifestly Semitic. What it isn't is angry and hostile. It's polite. It's polite anti-Semitism, and that in some way or other, I think that's the worst kind of anti-Semitism, because it isn't obvious. It's dissembled, it's untraceable, it's this hidden truth that I talked about at the beginning of the lecture, that it is something that people think. And even to this day, I hate to say it, but look at Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party. They're still fighting it. You can't believe that a major political party is still fighting anti-Semitism. And honestly, if you listen to some of the things that Jeremy Corbyn has said, and you compared them to some of the things that Karl Engel says in 1864 in the Music of the Ancient Nations, they're almost identical. And that's because it's the kind of dissembled anti-Semitism that you see as characteristic of a certain type of anti-Semitism. It happens to be pervasive across Britain. It's polite, it's quiet, it's softly spoken. Sometimes it's omitted. I mean, one of the reasons why, sorry, this is getting political. One of the reasons why there's been such upset, why Corbyn sees himself as so upsetting, is because he's not acknowledging that he's omitted the Jews from the discussion of diversity and other things. So it's the same thing. We haven't learned. In 150 years, we haven't learned anything in Britain. Yeah. So in the period itself, very widely spread. Yeah.
Thank you so much. New questions or commentaries? Okay. So I think, yeah, we had a brilliant day and with brilliant papers, with great souls here together. Well, I have to thank you a lot, dear friends. So it was a very long day. Sorry for that. But anyway, I wish you a very peaceful evening. Have a very good rest and a glass of wine. And tomorrow, please, we will see at 10 o'clock, Athens and Bucharest local time. And take care. There is another, Zoom for Friday. There is different address than this one. So, yeah, at 10 o'clock. I wish you all the best and see you tomorrow, okay?
You mean 8 o'clock?
Yes, sorry, I didn't remember. 8 o'clock for England, yeah, sorry. Thank you so much, dear friends, and all the best from Bucharest. Here is already minus.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
All the best. All the best. Bye.